Man, I can't believe everything you tell me, everything you share. Sometimes one thinks that only they are the ones who suffer. We don't realize what others suffer too. Let me tell you something. Buddy, you've been through extremely tough, grotesque, inhuman, degrading things. Things that many people don't know exist. Or rather, there are people who live in a bubble. And only by hearing these kinds of stories do they realize that they haven't suffered as much compared to your story. There are also people who have suffered more than we have, but that doesn't diminish our pain, our depth of suffering. Dear, oh, don't because that is our treasure, besides forgiving ourselves, after having forgiven others who have hurt us. We will never know, or at least in this life, we won't know why God gives us this life trajectory. Some say you have to know darkness to distinguish light. I think any words I say to you won't comfort you. There are things that not even talking about heal. At some point in our lives, we all look up at the sky and ask God, why do you make us suffer so much? Some say it's to make us more humble, simpler, more honest. Some talk about past lives and contracts signed before coming to this world, before crossing the threshold between life and death. Regardless of that, we are already here, and the solution is not to take our own lives. I believe there is a destiny for everyone from birth. God already knows when we will die. There are people who die suffering in the most horrible way. There are people who leave this world in peace. I know that any words I can say won't comfort you or minimize your suffering or your memories. It's something we have to keep walking with, but each time we have to feel a little lighter. Because if you don't get that poison out, you can die poisoned or kill those around you with your poison. We have to think that addictions have saved our lives. If we hadn't gotten into drugs, alcohol, or any kind of addiction, the ignited neurosis would have driven us to madness, dementia, to commit acts of poor judgment against ourselves and others. I sincerely don't believe we came to this world to be happy. The world is as it is and will always be as it should be. The one who changes is oneself according to the events experienced. But there comes a moment in everyone's life where our addictions overwhelm us, where the substance or the compulsive, addictive act no longer calms us, no longer satisfies us. The famous tipping point where we have two options that later branch into more conclusions. If we continue with their compulsive, addictive, destructive behavior, this will lead us to four possible destinations. The first, as everyone knows, is death in the short, medium, or long term. The second is confinement, prison, the asylum, or any other institution where people who cannot exercise control over their own actions and impulses are kept. The third is having an accident of any kind and ending up with our body wasted, or with some limbs severed, or unable to move for life, or for the rest of your life, be it short or long. And the fourth, which is related to the previous three, is ending up wandering like a lost soul on the streets until the day you collapse from so much exhaustion, so much misery, so much unhealed pain in the soul. That is, losing your mind, walking, wandering like those ghost ships, wandering, lost in the ocean of souls, what many call disconnecting from this world. Sometimes when I see the homeless on the street, I think that many times they are happier than those who look at them with disdain. Obviously, this is a cognitive bias, since the fact of seeking emotional, spiritual, mental escape is a symptom that something is not right with us, and even less with us. Society. But society is filth. Some say that we come to this world to be tested in as many ways as possible, as our soul can resist. That doesn't mean that people who have stopped consuming substances no longer suffer. If you only stop consuming substances and don't do a recapitulation of your entire life story, from your first memory, being a baby, or a very young child, if you don't write and don't describe each and every one of the experiences, happy, sad, and neutral, you will repeat. I mean that if, for example, you were sexually abused when you were a minor, write what you felt and then what you thought at that moment. You don't need to share it with anyone. The simple act of writing it and recognizing it in front of you and in front of God is a catalyst that reverses that shadow energy and turns it into light. It is the famous shadow integration work that the psychoanalyst Carl Gustav Jung talks about. What in Alcoholics Anonymous is known as doing. That is, writing your doing. Fourth step. The fifth step is reading it, either mentally or repeating it verbally. It is recommended that you speak out loud in front of another human being so that you hear your entire life story. Again, what is achieved with this is to recover all your lost energy. It is to gather piece by piece the bits of your soul that were taken from you, to glue them back together and be an integrated being. It's not an easy task, but someone has to do it. And if you don't do it, who do you think will do it for you? Obviously no one. But if you do it well, I can assure you that before consuming substances again, you will remember that consuming substances or alcohol was never, is not, and will never be the solution to your problems. No one blames you for having consumed substances or alcohol. But when you are aware, and when the drug or alcohol asks you not to consume them, at that moment, there is no turning back. Because every time you consume again, you will feel worse and worse and worse. Every addict and alcoholic has their time. We must be careful when we have that kind of ultimatums. I have seen how alcoholics and drug addicts with many years of sobriety, at the moment of relapsing, lose everything. Before losing their lives, first you will lose everything when you are in a zombie state, when nothing matters to you anymore, when the cat has used up its 7 lives. Death comes to take you. Because you have already spent all the opportunities that God has given you. Some people see death as a relief. I don't believe that death is a clean slate, because you only lose your physical body, but your mind, your soul, your spirit continue to exist. Imagine continuing to exist without a physical body, overwhelmed by your thoughts and emotions. That's why it's said that there are many wandering spirits who continue to wander in this world, yearning for their desires in life. The greedy who were attached to money continue to be so after death. The lustful, addicted to sex continue to be so even after death. Gluttony doesn't stop being felt for not having a body. Imagine feeling hungry but never being able to eat or drink anything again. Hungry for being eternity. This applies to the 7 deadly sins, to all our addictive behaviors, to all our attachments. That's why it's said that life is the preparation for death, for eternity. And no one wants to have an eternity of suffering. Life is life and death is death. Don't want to do what a dead person does, being alive, nor do you want to remedy things when you no longer have life. We can forgive, but not forget. The hardest thing is to forgive ourselves. That's why we must integrate our shadow. Once our shadow is worked on and integrated, we will continue to have tests day by day, but we will no longer react in a neurotic way, with tantrums, with anger, with sadness, or with self-pity. People will always try to provoke us with their gaze, with their actions, with their words, with their feelings, with their emotions, with their thoughts. But when they see that we don't react as they expect, they lose their energy and you absorb it because envy is unrecognized admiration. Because you are already a walking catalyst, a being that can turn negative energy into positive. There will come a time when people get tired of feeding you, and they will end up leaving the place. Ate. That moment, and from the beginning, you have already won. That is the importance of working and integrating our shadow. It's just like the movie Venom. Venom is Eddie Brock's shadow. Venom warns him of the dangers and eats the dark energy. Your shadow is your own bodyguard, your symbiote, that prevents you from falling into risky situations that compromise your integrity, your energy, your energy. Life. The sun of darkness dazzles from there. It is the famous black sun that everyone seeks externally without knowing that we carry it inside.
Yes, indeed. Everything you say is true. Look, as I told you when I left this first rehab, I felt resentful towards my parents, even though I couldn't express it openly. In part, I had liked the experience of becoming a rougher, tougher person with knowledge of criminals, more street smart, but not because I wanted to become one. For me, it was like a school, but I no longer wanted to live with my parents. For a long time, seeing my mother's control over my father because of her vagina made me see my parents' house as a prison with no escape. They forced me to go to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings for a while. My sponsor Marcus would tell me, "Play the fool a little, and you'll be sitting up front again as a relapser." When I went to the rehab a few times, I still saw some guys and girls I had been in rehab with. They would ask me for cigarettes, cookies, or candy from the street, even money. I saw many of them return, and sometimes I would give them money or cigarettes. It was sad to see them in that situation. It reminded me of when I was inside. The truth is, it was an experience full of nostalgia and melancholy. It was like seeing people with the same sentence as me, and I was outside on the street. I remember I started using drugs again and went to the rehab mask to the meetings. A masked individual is someone who is still using substances but goes to the meetings. I even went up to the podium masked. I felt that at any moment they were going to take away my shoes or sneakers and make me wear flip-flops again. Because inside everyone wears flip-flops so they can't escape or run. It was very uncomfortable to be masked, honestly, at Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, but I didn't know what else to do. My sponsor told me to read the Alcoholics Anonymous literature, not to detach from the group. But the truth is that nothing fulfilled me, and I saw my life as very boring without marijuana. I felt that it didn't work for me, that it wasn't my solution, that I had a deeper, more internal evil, a void in the soul that no substance, food, group, or Alcoholics Anonymous program could fill. It was like living in anguish forever, besides my insecurities. As a person which I thought were delusions of persecution, I never wanted to be in rehab again. But I already had an apathy for everything and nothing. Since I was a child, I always wanted to commit suicide. And now, without drugs, those desires to take my own life had increased. But I also wanted to have a girlfriend. I've never been lucky in love. I am a person who pays a lot of attention to numerology, tarot, and in my birth chart. It says that I won't be able to love anyone until I love myself. Today, as I tell this 15 years later, even though I love myself today, I see that life, that God does not send me a companion who is truly for me, who matches me. My birth chart also says that I came to be a catalyst for others, to lift my suffering and show others how it is possible to walk with an open wound while it heals, while the scar is still forming. It's hard not to feel understood by anyone. Right there in my birth chart, it mentions that I came to be sacrificed to save others. It's something I still don't fully understand, and every day, all day, I ask God how long he will continue to sacrifice me. Obviously, he has never answered me, and it's something that hurts me deeply in my soul, because even though I dedicate myself to helping others, no one helps me. That's when you realize you are alone. God is with you, but that doesn't mean you won't be sacrificed. But well, I got a bit ahead of myself, and I tell you this because I want you to realize that just because you stop consuming substances, or because you do your fourth and fifth steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, you're anonymous. Life won't magically improve. I don't like comparing myself to others. However, when I see people who have done more harm than me, or who have spent more time on drugs and who today have a companion, I do ask God how long it will be my turn. But it's something he hasn't answered me to this day, and I think it's something he will never answer. Honestly, I think I will die in solitude. It seems very unfair to me, but no matter how hard I try, people don't stay by my side, despite treating them well with the same love I give myself. I see that people come and go. That is, I satisfy my sexual, carnal desires, but never the longings of the heart. But well, I got a bit sentimental. I had to say it because currently I'm not doing so well either. Today I am 34 years old, and despite having a currently steroid, good economy, thanks to God, having a house to live in, being independent in everything, despite having food every day and giving myself some treats, despite knowing and enjoying my time alone. There always comes a moment when I wonder why no one can reciprocate my love. But well, obviously, after leaving that first rehab, I continued using drugs. I returned to the Faculty of Architecture and pretending I continued studying, but I was still messing around. I repeated the year I had lost because my parents had put me in rehab, and sooner or later my parents realized that I was still using drugs, and the inevitable happened, what had happened before. My mother discovered that I was still smoking pot and kicked me out of the house again. One time my mother returned early from an errand, and a pipe and a lighter fell in front of her. I remember she waited for my father to come home from work to kick me out of the house again, as she always did. That afternoon it was raining, and my cell were doing on shoes. It was distracted and her father told me he didn't care if it was raining. He told me to stay inside one of those abandoned cars on the street, or to get under it so I wouldn't get wet. It was something that hurt me a lot, because today I see how old he is, and how he depends on me economically. I have confronted him, but he never responds. Neither he nor my mother nor my sister have ever apologized for all they did to me, or for how badly they treated me. I have wished death upon my father because he is a very toxic person. He spends his time disrespecting others, even today at over 66 years old. My mother is over 67 years old and is still the same lying, manipulative, and self-interested person. She wants my sister and me to support our good-for-nothing pedophile half-brother who is almost 50 years old. But I have always told her to go to hell. So, returning to the story, they kicked me out of the house again. I took some black bags with a little bit of clothing I could carry, and I remember I went out and asked the mechanic who lives across from my parents' house for a 50-peso bill, because I had no money. I left crying down the street and took a combi, a type of shared taxi. I was crying the whole way, both while walking and while in the combi. I felt lonelier than ever, and felt forgotten by God. I didn't know why I had been dealt this shitty life with this shitty family who had been fucking me over since I was a kid, not feeling understood, not even by God. It was very ugly, fighting against the world alone. I thought, where am I going to stay now? I couldn't go ask my uncles to let me stay at their house because my mom told me that if I went to my uncle's again, she would tell them not to let me stay. I truly feel that my parents' reaction was very exaggerated, throwing me out onto the street. Today, when I see them as elderly, a part of me wants them to pay for all the harm they have done to me and some other people. I know they will say that I am still resentful towards until that stopped stayed as actual. Then that what I long for is to see justice. I have fantasized about seeing my parents on their deathbed, asking me for forgiveness. I have also fantasized about not going to either of their funerals. I mean, I die forgotten, exiled. But they also die without my presence. It sounds bad what I say, but it is the truth. I have fantasized about killing my half-brother for the piece of shit he was to us when we were kids, and it makes me angry to see how my sister defends him, knowing that he abused us. Sometimes I think that God is not as just as they say, because how is it possible that a pedophile continues to work in a secondary school as a prefect, abusing girls between 13 and 15 years old? But if God allows it, it is because God wants to allow it. I don't know why he allows it. So, returning to this time when my parents kicked me out, the idea of going to live with a university friend came to mind. He was in a different career than mine, but we spent a lot of time together, causing trouble and using drugs. Today, I no longer have contact with him because we had a disagreement, and I realized he had changed a lot from how we had met. I don't hold a grudge against him. I appreciate him and love him very much, because in my worst moments of loneliness, he supported me. His mother and father supported me so that I wouldn't have to sleep on the street. I don't remember if I sent him a message first through MSN Messenger or Facebook, or if I went directly to his house. The point is that when I arrived at his house, I knocked on the door, he opened it, and I told him what was going on. I asked him to let me stay at his house and to please talk to his parents because I had nowhere to go. I think an advantage was that his parents already knew me from before and knew that I used drugs with their son. His parents gave me the opportunity to stay at their house and told me they didn't want me to drink alcohol or use drugs there. I accepted and told them that I would. They don't ideally like to share only be there for a while until I found a place to rent. I was at these people's house for about a month. During this month, I continued going to the architecture school, but I had to get a job at a call center until I and otherwise and I sleep out the child just to the date. Truth is, I couldn't handle the grind of working and studying. There were times when I would fall asleep at the table in the living room while working on architecture plans, and I never finished the projects. Well, never out there until that already sat. Did start to deal while the end the projects. Even my friend's father had to wake me up. I didn't like being a nuisance in someone else's house, but I had nowhere else to go. I remember that at the call center, I was paid between 2,000 to 4,000 pesos a month, which wasn't enough to live on. In the end, I decided to keep working, but I only went to school to smoke marijuana in the morning. In the afternoon, I would be at store, go to work high, and I would even go out during lunch or any other time to smoke marijuana on the street. I would come back smelling like marijuana, and no one at work said anything to me. It was very strange. No patrol ever stopped me at that time, even though the call center offices were in a well-known area of the city for having cameras and police. I imagine that God was protecting me at that moment because he already knew what was going to happen next. I didn't tell you, but before my parents kicked me out of the house this time, I was with a girl who was a friend of my sister's boyfriend. At the time, but this woman was very toxic. She would get angry over nothing, and I had to end up apologizing for things she did. This girl's ex-boyfriend was also a drug addict, and she told me she didn't want to be with another drug addict. I promised her that I wasn't using drugs anymore, but I was actually lying. But she was also quite promiscuous and continued seeing her ex. She conditioned me not to get angry because she was still seeing her ex. She was a real bitch. By the way, years later, it turns out that one day I bought marijuana from my ex's ex-boyfriend, the guy who had been her boyfriend before me. And even though I knew she had cheated on me with him, I didn't do anything to the guy. Although the guy swore to God that he never got involved with her again, I never believed him. While staying at my friend's house, I had several calls with my ex-girlfriend. In one call, I told her that I preferred to continue using drugs rather than being with her, and she started crying, trying to manipulate me. She told me to go back to my parents' house, but I told her they didn't want me there, and that I was going to continue with my life, and she with hers. It was a very sad stage of my life, mainly because I didn't want to stop using drugs. I wanted to continue consuming them, but only out of fear of losing my family and my girlfriend. I went to an hour-and-a-half Alcoholics Anonymous group where they had given me the keys to open the group and clean up to prepare everything for the meetings. I even accompanied one of the sponsors who was on probation to the entrance of the entrance, the toughest and heaviest prison located in the north of the city. Everyone already knows which prison I am referring to, but one day I gave the keys to this same person on probation and told him that I really didn't want to go to the group anymore. He, being very understanding, told me that the group's doors were open for me whenever I wanted to return, but I never returned, and then my parents kicked me out of the house for the second time, returning to when I lived for a month with my university friend. The truth is that during the month I lived with my friend, it was pure chaos. We would go to the neighborhood to get high. My friend and his friends from the neighborhood would inhale PVC activator, which is a drain opener that plumbers obviously use, but the gang uses it to inhale. They would wet a piece of toilet paper and inhale it. This substance makes you have all kinds of hallucinations. Many say that you get a third ball when you inhale PVC activator, and it's true. The gang mentally disconnects, and suddenly they do unexpected things. They want to fight you or start running for no apparent reason. I only smoked marijuana. I was really hooked on this girl I was with, and the truth is, I was always high, crying and sad. But hanging out with my friend and his friends from the neighborhood, I would forget the problems I had for moments. I felt that at least I wasn't as bad as them inhaling PVC activator. It's true what they say, that misery loves company. When you're into drugs and alcohol, you always hang out with people you consider to be more sunk in alcohol and drugs than you. In those years, we would walk the streets at dawn, in the neighborhoods where drugs were sold, in neighborhoods where we didn't know anyone. However, there we were getting high. I remember one time we were in a neighborhood, and I got the feeling that something bad was going to happen. I warned my friends that we should leave, because I felt it was going to be bad, and indeed, we left, and as we were crossing the door to the street, about 3 or 4 police officers were entering the neighborhood. They were more like condominiums where many people lived. At that moment, I told my friends that I was right, because I had a premonition that the police were going to stop us. Sometimes that happens. Many times you avoid getting caught by the police or something bad happening, but there will always be another time when you pay for all the times you haven't been caught. One strike for all the near misses. I remember another time we were walking down the street, and it started raining in the early morning. It was about 2 in the morning, and we saw a figure crawling on the ground in the distance. I think that time we had taken acid LSD, the famous lysergic acid, diethylamide, and marijuana, Dutch ways. And I don't remember if we also smoked cocaine with marijuana in a cigarette. Here it's known as smoking a primo, smoking a nevadito, smoking air, lesadito, what? I must admit that I really liked smoked cocaine. Snorted, it never got me as high as I expected or as it looked in the movies. That's why I feel I was about to become addicted to crack. In what so he sailings and the dentist oil, the out and the chakes. The famous crack, because crack or rock is cocaine powder, but cooked with other things or cooked alone without adding anything else. Although many times you can take a spoon, put the powder on top of the spoon and heat it with a lighter from below, and you already have it cooked. Let's say it's purer than cutting it with baking soda and many other chemicals that street vendors add, which are very destructive to the body, just like powder cocaine. As I said before, I like to mix cocaine and marijuana. But smoked, it would numb your snout really well, and obviously your brain too. You feel your heart at 1,000 beats per hour. You feel like it's going to explode, followed by the relaxations that marijuana gives you. It's a roller coaster of emotions and sensations. That's why I feel that God was taking care of me, because he didn't allow me to become addicted to crack or cocaine, despite how much I loved the effect. So that time we were walking in the rain at dawn and saw something crawling, but since the rain was so strong, we didn't know if it was a dog, a person, or a creature. The truth is that when you're high, many things happen that don't happen when you're all. Bad things, dark things, and strange things happen to all alcoholics and drug addicts. As the figure approached us, we saw that it was a man with a hat. He seemed to have come from the countryside and was working in the city. He looked somewhat poor, or of low income. The man was not crawling on his front or on all fours. He was crawling backward. I mean, he was on his back with the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet also on the ground. The man was super drunk, or I don't know if he had taken something else, but the man was really messed up on substances. I noticed that he had a broken foot because his foot was swollen and crooked. I don't remember if it was the right or the left. I tried to lift him, but the man wouldn't let me help him. Maybe he thought we were going to rob him. My friend told me it was better to leave, and we continued walking all through the early morning. It was as if walking allowed us to clear our minds a bit and reflect on our lives, on what we needed to improve, on what we needed to change in our lives. We were like two miserable indigents who didn't want to be alone. We didn't want to feel loneliness. However, very often, he and I would also fight over anything, over any triviality, especially when the effect of the drugs wore off and we started to argue. At the call center where I was working, I got involved with a girl who had a boyfriend. She wore green contact lenses and was named Sarai. She told me she was a nymphomaniac. Once there was a meeting in a national park. We could say it was where there were swamps. She said she wanted to have sex with me, but I didn't go on that trip that day. In my bad trip, I thought she was like a creature that, at the very moment of having sex, was going to transform and digest me, swallow me. The place was going to be the same where, when I was a child, I was almost drowned if it weren't for a forest ranger saving me. Just now, as I am telling this, I realize it was the speedboat. Same place. Life gives you surprises, surprises. Life gives you. Also, at that time, once on the metro, I met a girl I really liked. She had honey-colored eyes, and the way we met was because when a user got off at a metro station, some chewing gums fell out, and I picked them up and saw that a girl was looking at me. At that moment it occurred to me to ask her if she wanted some gum. She said yes, and from that moment on we started talking. She gave me her phone number, and we started talking long distance by message. Her name was Eloisa, and she told me she had a boyfriend who was an alcoholic and that they had many problems. She was also an alcoholic. My mistake was telling her that I used drugs, and one day I went to drop her off at the metro station, where she took her bus, which was one of the last stations, and it was already late, past 10 at night. That day, when we saw each other at the metro turnstiles, I tried to kiss her to greet her, but she turned her face away. Also, when I went to drop her off and tried to kiss her, she told me she didn't want to have a relationship with someone who had addictions because she was just getting out of a similar relationship. And I was left frustrated. Currently, at that moment, and always, I have felt that I have never been lucky in romantic relationships. I don't think I am the only one, judging by the current situation with all these videos and social movements where both men and women give their points of view about feminism and machismo. Also, in those days, a lesbian friend of my ex-girlfriend invited me to smoke marijuana, and I said yes. In a funny or pathetic way, she told me that my ex-girlfriend had sent her only to check if I was still using drugs. You know, the classic move of pathetic and loud, cliché bastard women. She was bothered that I had preferred to stay at the party getting high, rather than continuing with her. Making a parenthesis. Currently, about 6 months ago, I saw her again on Facebook, and in fact I ran into her on the street, but I hid because I was buying marijuana. I was with my dealer, and my ex-girlfriend was looking really aged, in a bad mood. She had the face of a woman 10 years older than her. I realized once again how having too many sexual partners and being promiscuous with several men at the same time always takes its toll on you, whether you are a man or a woman. Now, Kaivshra and Anstasia already in 12 say, you wear out faster because you disintegrate, degrade your being, your sexual and soul energy. Besides, the traumas and complexes of each of your partners stay with you forever because the DNA of each and every one of your sexual partners remains lodged in your body, and that damages your psyche. This is scientifically proven. It's called microchimerism. That's why, if your woman is not a virgin, your child is not 100% yours or hers in terms of DNA, because your baby will carry a percentage of DNA and obviously physical and psychological traits from each and every one of the sexual partners your woman had before having the baby. Please research what microchimerism consists of. Returning to the occasion when I ran into my ex-girlfriend, the slut, I really didn't want to see her because she had been a very bad woman, unfaithful, liar, manipulative, and all the characteristics that most women in the world have, if not to say that they are all the same, not forgetting that they are also self-interested. That's why many end up dismembered, in pieces in a black bag, thrown in vacant lots, devoured by street dogs, because, in addition to destroying the good men who truly love them, they choose to be with criminals. Women who like to be partners of criminals, killers, rapists, etc., are called hybristophiliacs, and they think that of all the men they get involved with, none of them will take justice into their own hands, but there will always be someone more mentally deviant than you. That's why this channel is called Mentally Deviant. My ex-girlfriend told me to talk to my parents again. She wanted to manipulate me that way. At first I refused, but then I thought that I couldn't continue in that situation. I realized that the way of life I was leading was not really living. I was surviving, and my friend's parents were also tired of me, because one time they arrived and saw my friend all hypnotized by the wall, not reacting. His mother slapped him, and his father started blaming me for why his son was like that. I told him that we had only smoked marijuana, but the reality is that we had also ingested a tea with 5 leaves of floripondio. Floripondio is a cousin of toloash, also known as the devil's herb. Floripondio is found on the street. They are bell-type leaves, white, blue, and red. It is very toxic, and there, what do you know, are people who have remained on the trip for ingesting too much, or even people who have died. Be careful. Don't take everything you find. You may not return from the trip. My friend's father and A's mother told me that I could no longer continue staying there because I made their son use drugs. Obviously, all of that was a lie, since their son apparently continues to use drugs, but I had to look for another place to live. I felt alone, helpless, and without anyone who could pull me out of that hole. I knew I couldn't get ahead on my own because I didn't have the resources to rent an apartment or a room. The truth is, I used the salary I earned at the call center to buy drugs. Remember that once I wanted to give a 500-unit bill to my friend's mother, but she didn't accept it. She told me to use that money to find a place to live instead. She said she could get me a room with a friend of hers. But the truth is, I wanted to keep living with my friend because I had never experienced that kind of freedom before. Going out at night and seeing the dark night, only lit by the stars, made me feel overwhelmed, but at the same time fascinated by the immensity of the sky. I had never had that freedom before. I have always liked to exercise, at least from adolescence onwards. We would go to the parallel bars to do calisthenics, although in reality I was the only one who exercised. My urgency friend was so depressed that he didn't want to do anything but get high. I also had the idea of joining the army. It was always my dream to join the army, and later I would achieve it, at least for a while. With all that said, I knew my only chance was to submit to my parents' decision again. One day I talked to them. We agreed to meet at a soccer field or a sports complex, and they told me the only thing they could do was give me the phone number of an Alcoholics Anonymous sponsor, and it was my decision whether to talk to him or not. I already knew this sponsor because when I was in the first rehab, my parents started attending Anonymous Families meetings. Anonymous Families is a group that came out of the Alcoholics Anonymous program and seeks to guide families to help the addict get ahead. It turns out that my mother, who is also a pedagogue, studied at a university with a certain prestige in the country. I had already told you that my mother was, and still is, the principal of a secondary school. She said she supported the kids with addictions, which made me think she was a hypocritical woman because she didn't treat me the same way she treated her students. She had patience, tolerance, and understanding for them, but with me she was tough. It turns out that once there was a talk at a private university with a certain prestige where they were going to talk about addictions, and it turns out that this sponsor I'm telling you about went to that talk. The truth is, I was afraid and ashamed to talk to him because at this addiction talk that was on a Saturday, the previous Friday, I had inhaled cocaine. No. So on Saturday at the addiction talk, I was still a bit hungover from the cocaine. That time I talked to him, but the truth is, I held back. I tried to dodge his comments as much as I could and not go too deep into the conversation. This addiction meeting I am telling you about was when I still lived with my family. So this same sponsor that I met at that meeting was the same one whose phone number my parents had given me on this occasion when I no longer lived with them, and I lived in my friend's house. I remember I called him a few days later and told him about my situation. He listened to me. We talked for several hours, and he told me he could help me by taking me to a rehab where they gave good food. There were no beatings, but there was good therapy so that the alcoholic and drug addict could stop consuming. He told me to think about it and then talk to him. But he also told me not to let too much time pass, because many bad things can happen while in the midst of addiction. The truth is, I didn't know what to do. I knew I had to stop getting high because I didn't want to end up on the street, even though I ate very well at my friend's house because his mother cooked very well. I was very thin. I am 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall. And especially at that time when I was 22 years old, you know that a teenager needs to eat much more food than an adult. That's why, even though I ate well at my friend's house, since I didn't eat well the rest of the day because I spent all my money on marijuana, I was very thin. I remember well that I talked to my friend and told him I was thinking about going to rehab. He told me not to do it, to keep working, and that if I wanted to stop using drugs, I should do it of my own free will, but that those places were not for me. I told him that I couldn't stand that situation anymore, and that his parents didn't want me to be in their house, and that I had nowhere else to go. Besides, a part of me still thought about recovering the supposed love that my ex-girlfriend, that slut, had for me, even though she was really a bitch, a shitty person. I tell you that currently I ran into her on the street, but I hid. Later, her Facebook profile appeared, and I saw that she has a photo where she looks very wrinkled and aged from sucking so much dick, because that's what happens to women who have many sexual partners. Everything ends, and as they say today, the wall comes to all of them at 30 years old. Or if not, from 25 years old, it's already coming. From so much chaos, they lived with so many men. My sister is also already fucked up. She despises good men, and now at 35, thinks about having a baby. Obviously, it's a stupidity and a mental jacket, with ejaculation included. Women are bitches, women are unfaithful, never believe anything a woman says. Anyway, it turns out that one day I talked to this sponsor, and I told him that I wanted to go to rehab. He told me it was for an indefinite time, that it wasn't a rehab just for 3 months, that I could be in rehab for years, but that the place kept the doors open so that I could leave whenever I wanted. He told me that I was going to be in rehab for as long as necessary. I think we agreed to meet on a Sunday. I think it was February or March. Before seeing him to go to rehab, I continued to use drugs as much as I could. We had already seen each other once, and I'm not referring to the time of the addiction meeting at the university. But on this occasion, when he gave me the Alcoholics Anonymous message, he saw me with my marijuana face, and one day before seeing each other so that I would go to rehab, I used cocaine, marijuana, and I think even LSD. I also remember ingesting some kind of pill that had MDMA, the famous ecstasy, LSD, and crystal, that is, amphetamines, the famous tusibai, or some call them microdots. Therefore, on the day of the appointment to go to rehab, the sponsor looked at my face and told me that I looked more emaciated than the previous time. Truth is, before going to rehab, I was very scared. I was about to not go to the appointment and return on the metro, but I knew that if I didn't accept that I had a problem, and if I didn't make the decision to go to rehab myself, something bad could happen to me on the street. Because every day I was putting myself in risky situations. In Alcoholics Anonymous, it is known as the topic of looking for death. And yes, really, since I was a child, I have always looked for death, because I have never liked the life I have had. Even now, when I have been a little over a month without consuming any drugs, I know that at the beginning of this story, I told you that I was still smoking marijuana, but these days I've stopped consuming again because marijuana no longer makes me feel good. It magnifies my negative emotions, feelings, and thoughts. Suicidal thoughts are the net. They don't stretches out rational spat. Ones that haunt my head, my mind, and my soul. Sometimes I think I only stay alive because I have to tell everything I've been through so that others can avoid it, and when I finish, maybe my time to. De will come out, ja. But perhaps I won't be so lucky and will have to keep living in sobriety or abstinence, but with all these scars, returning to that day with the sponsor, about to be admitted to rehab. I remember that my parents also arrived at the place, and we went to a location near a metro station. The place was behind one of the main avenues of the capital. It's little and far away under down straight. When we arrived at the house, I was very surprised because I saw that it was an extremely old house. It looked like a witch's house. I didn't like the place, but the sponsor told me it was on the upper floor, that the owner of the house rented the first floor to an Alcoholics Anonymous group. We went through the gate and started climbing the stairs. When we got upstairs, I saw many Alcoholics Anonymous-related paintings. There was a meeting room with many chairs, a podium, a coordination table. All of the above was in a large room. They also had a reception area, and I could see other doors, but I didn't know what was behind. She said, "Sir." Suddenly, a character appeared who looked more like a woman than a man, one of those macho women who dress like men to appear to be men. He wore a cap and thick glasses. He had a belly like Thur, Dog Snoopy from the cartoons. They were a child, dicey tired. He was short, and his skin was pock-marked. I mean, he had scar holes on his face, similar to the scars left by poorly treated pimples or acne. He seemed to be friendly, and had us sign a liability waiver, a paper where I accepted to be in rehab for as long as necessary, and my parents also signed. I got sentimental and shed a few tears. I started to cry and said goodbye to my parents. My parents' voices also trembled a bit, and their eyes got teary. They told me to do my best, and that they loved me very much. The sponsor stayed with me a little longer and told me that I had to be a stoic man, that no matter what they told me there in the meetings, I shouldn't leave. And then he left. I want to make a parenthesis here in the story, because during this Institutionalized month, when I lived in my friend's house, I remember that once I returned to my parents' house to get some clothes that I had bought with my money. I remember that when I went, my mother kicked me out of the house again. Now you see now where I'd throw it about the night Sarah. You got to that stairway and at night June. Don't show. Like Stella L. Even my sister asked me what I was doing there, as if she owned the house. That's why I don't trust my sister either, because she is a bitch, just as hypocritical as my mother. On that occasion, I told my mother that I was only going for some clothes that I had bought with my money and that I was leaving. She told me that I couldn't be there. I think I also told you that once I ran into my sister on the metro during this month of living in my friend's house. My sister was holding hands with her ex-boyfriend, and I saw them pass by the underground train near the ticket booths. We saw each other. She pretended not to see me, but her boyfriend did see me. He didn't greet me either, obviously. My sister didn't greet me. These are things that I have deeply embedded in my mind. It's a lie, that thing they say that your mother is the woman who will always love you, much less your sisters. But I know they will pay for all the harm they have done to me. I also remember that while I was in my friend's house, his brother was a crack addict. He smoked crack, and he stole a portable console from me, the famous PSP Fat. The truth is, it made me very angry that he exchanged it for crack, but I couldn't complain about anything either because I was basically living with them as a freeloader. However, I don't hold a grudge against any of them. Returning to this second rehab, when the sponsor left, the person in charge of the rehab, who seemed like a lesbian, started telling me how the routine was there in the group. He told me that for the first month, I said, wouldn't do anything, just listen to the meetings and sit. But after that first month, I would also be assigned an activity. I mean, an activity related to cleaning an area of the group. He told me that I would have 3 meals a day, a daily shower, and he showed me the kitchen, the bathroom, the rooms. He told me to accompany him to the room. When we got to the room, he told me to take off my pants, and I asked him why I had to do that. He told me that he had to check that I wasn't carrying drugs or weapons, but I refused. I told him that I wouldn't take off my pants. He got angry and he told me that in that place I wouldn't do what I wanted, that there were rules. At that moment, I thought that I had fallen into the wrong place because, from the first day, not even 24 hours had passed and I was already having problems. I lay down on the bed that had been assigned to me, and the person in charge of the rehab told me that I couldn't be lying down, that I could only be sitting in the living room, but they were prohibited by the sponsors from lying down. I remember that the day I arrived was a Saturday. All the people in charge of all the rehabs are called first of the rehab. They are military ranks within these structures of Alcoholics Anonymous groups. There are also seconds of the rehab, and sometimes there are thirds of the rehab. Obviously, the order of obedience goes from the first to the second and then to the third. The first of the rehab and all those below him obey the sponsors with more time. In this type of places, at least in this rehab, sponsor of your sponsor was called the grandfather sponsor. There was also a sponsor who had the final say in the group. This sponsor was known as the guide sponsor or spiritual guide of the Alcoholics Anonymous group. I said the word, and that always generally, this rank is given to or automatically acquired by the owner of the group or the founder of the group. Usually, this person is the one who contributes the most money to the group because the group needs to pay rent. The group needs to pay for the food of those in rehab and cover all expenses related to services, that is, pay for electricity, water, gas for cooking, all of this that I am telling you. I found out little by little. Not all the rehabs of all the Alcoholics Anonymous currents operate in the same way, although the rank of sponsor exists in it, all of them. Let's say that Alcoholics Anonymous is a combination of military aspects, religious aspects, spiritual aspects, and prison aspects, because they have a lot of language that mixes these 4 bases. With these 4 bases, they make the perfect sect. The cherry on top is the language created by themselves, which comes from words adapted from prison, the military, religion, or spirituality, and obviously street language. With these bases, you can make sure mental control, although there will always be people who won't let their brains be washed like me. Remember that Alcoholics Anonymous was economically promoted and financed by John D. Rockefeller Jr., who was an alcoholic, also Illuminati, and also a Mason. In other words, also a sect member. As I told you before, the beings that govern the world in the shadows first create addictions like alcoholism and drug addiction, along with gangs to create chaos in society worldwide. I invite you, the audience, to investigate the history of Bruce Lee. The birth of Bruce Lee was planned so that he would be born in the year of the dragon. The dynasty from which Bruce Lee's parents' descendants came belongs to the Dragon Dynasty, meaning they were also members of an Illuminati Masonic sect, where the plan was to destabilize the United States of America and consequently the entire world that consumed Chinese and American cinema by creating gangs. To promote gangs, you first had to have an agent who would teach how to fight using kung fu techniques publicly. That's why that agent was Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was threatened with death for revealing the secrets of Eastern kung fu in the West. The Orientals did not agree with Bruce Lee teaching the secrets of kung fu on American television, not even in movies, even if they were filmed in the Orient. But Bruce Lee rebelled against them anyway. It was part of the plan for Bruce Lee to rebel. You can't create and raise a dragon expecting it not to rebel. All of the above is why Alcoholics Anonymous is a worldwide sect, the biggest mafia in the world. As they say in the group, the sponsors say, you can leave the circle but never the soul. The above refers to the symbols you find in the Alcoholics Anonymous paintings. Within a triangle is a circle. That is, possibly at a spiritual level, you become marked, stigmatized at a ritual level. Something happens when you cross the door of an Alcoholics Anonymous group. It doesn't matter if it's an hour-and-a-half group or a 24-hour rehab-type group or any other derivation. That uses the same program in quote spiritual, such as Compulsive Eaters, Neurotics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Al-Anon, Families Anonymous, Codependents Anonymous, fourth and fifth step, groups and whatever other nonsense you can think of or invent. Once Bruce Lee's movies became famous worldwide, the first gangs began to emerge. I invite you to watch the movie The Warriors in English. This, together with the creation and consumption of synthetic drugs, as well as natural drugs. What happens when you mix drugs and violence? You create chaos, destabilize the family nucleus. Once the family nucleus is broken, more and more kids are recruited by gangs. Today they are drug trafficking groups, but there really isn't much difference between today and the years when Bruce Lee promoted Kung Fu worldwide. That is, Alcoholics Anonymous is controlled dissent, containment groups where all the alcoholics and drug addicts that the system helped create end up. But it doesn't take responsibility for getting them out of their addiction. Well, nice. That's why the control system called Alcoholics Anonymous was created, why the sectarian system of Alcoholics Anonymous was created. Alcoholics Anonymous is really a worldwide Masonic sect for the population. They have rituals, traditions, steps, axioms, literature. They have everything to envelop you and make you become addicted to attending Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, even if you no longer necessarily depend on the group. That is, they change your addiction to alcohol and drugs for addiction to a sectarian Masonic Alcoholics Anonymous group, a gang composed of beings marginalized by the same worldwide control system. One of the simplest rituals is ringing the bell at the beginning of Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. At that moment, a portal is opened through sound. In Alcoholics Anonymous groups, there are many people and beings or entities that feed on your suffering. The fact of going up to the podium and expressing your pain or joy makes you a buffet for the entities that feed on low energy, even luminous energy. In the literature of the Masons, beings called Lux are spoken of. Lux is called that because they are entities with a false light that feed on your prayers, your energy, both positive and negative. Not all parasites, people, or spiritual beings eat only negative energy. There are also physical and spiritual parasites that eat dark and luminous energy. The act of going up to the podium is like sacrificing yourself. It's a symbolic suicide. That means they steal your darkness and also your light. And it's a start. A perfect example of a Lux-type being would be Lucifer. Wenn ich dann der Trollstar einstellen, when I sound, Trocadada tree out. I invite you to, before entering an Alcoholics Anonymous group, thoroughly investigate the relationship between Freemasonry and the Alcoholics Anonymous program. You will see that everything comes from Freemasonry, from mental control, from brainwashing, through false spirituality. In other words, Alcoholics Anonymous is a worldwide mental controlled program akin to the MK Ultra Project. There's a book called The Black Masses of Alcoholics Anonymous. It is said to be literature not recognized by the Alcoholics Anonymous organization. The book, The Black Masses of Alcoholics Anonymous, was created by an apparently anonymous person, but tells many truths about these sects. I once had that book in my hands, because later on, in this same rehab, I once started checking some boxes where several books came, and I found it there. But the person in charge, the first of the rehab, as soon as he saw it, took it away from me and told me that I couldn't be reading that. I felt like in the movie The Name of the Rose, where the monks can't read certain literature that awakens them to the reality of the real world, that liberates them. You might think I'm deviating from the topic, but I'm not. I tell you all this because, while being in this second rehab, I had a revelation. I realized that the fact that they ask you to surrender and submit to the idea that you have no power and that only a higher power can help you, that act, which can be seen as symbolic, enormous, or minimal, is like opening a door to your psyche, opening a door to your unconscious, to your subconscious, to let them wash your brain. Is the same thing they do in the army or the military of all countries, but there it's through physical and psychological torture. After many physical and psychological abuses, the soldier must decide what to believe. At that moment, when the soldier has gone several days without eating or drinking water, coupled with that excessive physical exercise and brutal beatings, the mental, spiritual, and emotional wear and tear is so brutal that only a small push is needed to break that human being's psyche. It is well known that the soldiers most capable of carrying out successful military operations were subjected to the ritual of losing their soul. This ritual is carried out today by drug trafficking groups worldwide. This ritual consists of killing one of your companions, preferably the weakest one who couldn't withstand the training. They ask you to assassinate and cut them into pieces. Then they force you to eat their human flesh. They threaten you, saying that if you don't ingest that human flesh of your companion, you will be the next to be dismembered and subsequently cannibalistically ingested by your own soldier companions and commander. Doesn't it seem strange to you that military training lasts 3 months, the same time that the average rehab lasts in Alcoholics Anonymous groups? Studies reveal that to a start and out now, they say that the transacted date, that you need at least 90 days to change habits and customs, or to have your brain washed with any sectarian doctrine. But well, I wanted to tell you all this so that you are well informed and feel what I felt being locked up. It's what I want to convey, that feeling, those emotions, those thoughts. That first day when the sponsors arrived from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. The activities in the rehab were to do the chores or cleaning twice a day. In some rehabs, cleaning is done 3 times a day. In this rehab where I was, it was done twice a day. Once was at 6 in the new morning. At the same time, the meeting started at 6 in the morning. From 6 to 7:30 in the morning, there was an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting where generally 1 to 3 people would go up to the podium to tell their experiences. After coming down from the podium, the coordinator, the one who carried out the meeting, the same one who rang the bell at the beginning and end of the meeting, would give you a supposed psychological assessment based on what you spoke about on the podium, supposedly recalling similar experiences to those of the person who spoke on the podium. It made, I seemed like a psychologist or a psychiatrist to me, something super sick, super deviant, super stupid, because I thought, you, Alcoholics Anonymous, are not psychologists. You are not psychiatrists. And I came to say it on the podium, and they laughed at me. From 7:30 in the morning to 9 in the morning, there was another meeting with the same modus operandi. From 9 in the morning to 10:30 in the morning, there was another meeting like the others. From 10:30 in the morning to 12 noon, there was another meeting. From 12 noon to 1:30 in the afternoon, there is the afternoon was another meeting. At 12 noon, the person in charge of the kitchen, who was generally a different person each week, would start preparing the food. They had from 12 noon to 1:30 in the afternoon, or at most until 2 in the afternoon, to finish everyone's food. That was the same time the cook had from 6 in the morning to 8 in the morning to prepare breakfast. And the last meal was given to us at 10:30 at night. The 3 meals of the day were the same. In each of these meals, you were given 5 tortillas, a soup if there was any, or if there wasn't any soup. Directly you were given the stew, which consisted of rice, beans, and a stew, which generally had potatoes, boiled or stewed, and beef, chicken, or pork. Finishing the food at 1:30 in the afternoon, we were generally given until 3 in the afternoon to rest. Later, there was another meeting from 3 in the afternoon to 4:30 in the afternoon. After 4:30 in the afternoon to 6 in the evening, it was time to clean the common areas again. I mean that you had to clean the place that had been assigned to you weekly again. For example, the bathroom had to be left without a drop of water, with the mops well dried, well wrung out. And if someone messed up your cleaning, you had to complain to them, but you still had to clean it again or tell the first person in the rehab to punish that person, or many times you ended up cleaning again. Another place was the living room, which was the largest place because in addition to sweeping and mopping, you also had to clean the podium with a cloth, clean the coordination desk, clean all the pictures in the living room, remove all the chairs, which generally fit about 40 to 60 chairs in the entire living room. Although the rehab only had 3 people, all the chairs always had to be put. Another area that had to be cleaned was the kitchen. Another area that also had to be cleaned was the rooms where we slept, which sometimes only 1 room was used, or if there were more people, 2 rooms were used. Another area that had to be cleaned was the reception area, which was generally done quickly, because it was a small place just like the rooms where we slept. The kitchen was the heaviest place, because apart from having to cook, you had to clean, and everything couldn't be dirty when the deadline for finishing the cleaning arrived. Later, from 6 in the evening to 7:30 at night, there was another meeting, but from 6 in the evening, all the sponsors and godchildren of the sponsors who were already out on the street and only went to their meetings arrived. From 7:30 at night to 9 at night, there was another meeting. From 9 at night to 10:30 at night, there was another meeting. From 10:30 at night to 12 at night, there was another meeting. There were groups of sponsors, godmothers, and godchildren who took turns at these meetings. I mean that a group of godmothers, sponsors, and godchildren had, for example, the meetings from 6 in the evening to 12 at night on Monday. Another group had Tuesday, another group had Wednesday, and so on for the 7 days of the week. The meetings that were from 6 in the evening until 12 at night were called stellar meetings. The person in charge of the kitchen, in addition to making food for everyone, had to start boiling the coffee early as well as a large pot where you had to put several tea bags. The person in charge of the kitchen had to be very careful that the food didn't taste bad, that it wasn't lacking salt, that the food wasn't burned, and that the tortillas were well heated and soft to be able to ingest them. If you didn't meet all these requirements, you were punished for about a week, or the time necessary, sitting in front of the podium, and everyone started to insult you, and they would call you a neurotic ass, and you couldn't say anything. The only one who can speak, and it's by turns, is the one who is on the podium, and until the one on the podium comes down, the one who can speak is the one who is in coordination, sitting at the desk, the one who rings the bell. In Alcoholics Anonymous groups, the phrase "I give you humility" is used, which is like saying the phrase "please." I remember that on the first day, the same day I arrived, the first person in the rehab reported me to his sponsor, who arrived at 6 in the evening for the Stella meetings. He told him that I hadn't wanted to take off my pants in front of him. So when the meeting started, they began to tell me that they were giving me humility, that I was a relapser because I had already been in another group, and that I was nobody to disobey the orders they were giving me. They told me that I wasn't going to do what I wanted in that group, and that I had to follow the rules. Then the guy who went up to the podium finally only told me that I was responsible for my recovery, and that at any moment I could escape from there if my mind won. He told me how many more rehabs I wanted to live in to be able to understand and stop drinking and using drugs. I remember that when he came down from the podium, I gave him a recommendation according to what he had talked about, related to the fact that he was suffering because he felt alone, because he didn't have the love of a woman, and because his mother had never loved him. I remember that he only laughed and told the others that I was already giving him suggestions. Everyone laughed at me, and I didn't understand why. They were laughing at me. At the end of each meeting, we shook hands with everyone and hugged everyone. Supposedly that hug and that handshake were to smooth out any roughness or thing we had said to each other from the podium or from the coordination, and not to remain upset with each other. They said that when someone from the podium started telling you your truths or started attacking you, they were really giving you was adult love. But since we were emotionally weak or fragile beings, that made us feel it like an attack. I think some things they told me there did help me, but many others didn't help me either, depending on who told you, because the first person in the rehab was a very envious person. He had been in jail for 5 years for robbery. He was a transvestite who dressed as a woman and prostituted himself on one of the main avenues of the capital. That avenue was behind the rehab. So this transvestite had the personality of a woman and the personality of a man at the same time. He was an extremely confused being, with envy that corroded him, with pride that made him suck dick, with immense greed, and with enormous laziness. He said that he had prostituted himself for being an idiot, for being lazy. It was very hard for him to accept that he liked to suck dick, and that he liked men to penetrate him anally with their member. Daily dealing with him was very draining, because he was an extremely mocking person. He was very traumatized by the 5 years he spent in jail. It turns out that he was sucking dick on a bridge that passes under the avenue to a man, and at the same time he took out the man's wallet. The man complained to the police, and he was sentenced to a little more than 5 years in the prison to the east of the city for robbery of a passerby. All the sponsors, godmothers, and members of that group knew that the first person in the rehab was a shitty person. With his attitudes, he made many men and women not want to continue with the rehab process and escape at the first opportunity. Since with his manipulative attitudes, mocking, active and passive violence, he made them leave. The first person in the rehab, and he kind of said, Instead I was proud of that. He had also been in the rehab for about 5 years. That is, if we add his time in jail with his time in the rehab, he had already been locked up for 10 years. Many times I wanted to escape from that place. I was there inside for 1 year and 2 months. Now that I remember, I really don't know how I endured so much time being there. All the times I wanted to escape from that dark place, in the end I was always afraid of ending up in jail. No, because I heard his stories from the first person in the rehab, and they were terrifying. However, the first person in the rehab never wanted to change. Instead, his level of being an asshole increased, both when there were few people and when there were many people in the rehab. He behaved in the same way, only in front of the sponsors and godmothers. He pretended not to be such an idiot that so I got to nest. But he was an extremely hypocritical person. All the sponsors and godmothers knew what the first person in the rehab was like, and they told him that he had the position of the first person in the rehab because he was the dumbest and the biggest asshole. They told him that all the people in the rehab complained about him and how he treated us. However, he never changed. He always got worse. For the first 3 months, we were alone. I mean that only the first person in the rehab was there, and there was another person in the rehab who had something like schizophrenia, because he was like in the middle of two realities. I mean that sometimes he talked to himself or looked at the walls, at the corners or beside him where there was nothing, and he fought with someone that the rest of us couldn't see. When you talked to him, he responded, but it was like the guy had his mind messed up. He was very angry and had a lot of anger contained within him. When he went up to the podium, he stuttered, and his ideas didn't have a 100 connection for us. Sometimes it was like he had moments of lucidity. They know now that he would do to they can start the and now that I stayed the race. Sometimes I felt like he pretended to be dumb or crazy to avoid working and be there eating for free. He said he had been a soldier, so we called him Gouache or Guacho. He said he had lived in a border city and that he consumed marijuana, crack, PVC or activator, and whatever shit crossed his path. He said he also injected heroin. I felt like he had gone bad since he injected heroin. It was like his mind couldn't handle that. And obviously, he was also an alcoholic. He had the body of a bricklayer. He was extremely strong and muscular. For obvious reasons, I can't say the real name of any of them. I came to have my issues with him, but I saw him more like a little crazy guy from downtown or a homeless person. Everyone told us that they only had Guacho there in the group and kept him because he served as a living example of how people can end up using drugs and alcohol. I won't deny that it made me reflect a lot to see him daily during that year or 2 months that I was there inside. Inside, I came to pretend that I wanted to fight with him, but he never hit me. I did attack him and push him, and I think I did hit him with my fist, but he never responded, even though he was very muscular and trying to walk with stronger. He really wasn't a violent person. He only answered back sometimes if he was pressured a lot to do the cleaning well or to make the food well. I hope Guacho or Gouache is doing well. Yes, it is. I seemed to suffer a lot inside. Later, over time, in some meetings where they took us to other group party rooms, where the anniversaries of other groups belonging to the same current of that type of 24-hour Alcoholics Anonymous rehabs were celebrated, I came to meet Gouache or Guacho's brother, and it was clear that he loved him a lot. It was like a sad picture, but at the same time it was encouraging to see that even though he had already gone bad in his mind, they still protected him. I don't know how to describe that feeling. I'm so strongly against them, I don't easy. You're fine. It wasn't a sad or happy feeling. It was just you, contemplating his behavior and asking God not to end up like him. Out of being there inside, I started to have to do a service. As I told you, a service is doing the cleaning of the kitchen, and also making the food, doing the cleaning of the living room, the bathroom, the bedrooms, the reception, etc. Supposedly, in the first month, they don't let you do anything so that your mind doesn't get distracted, and you accept that you are going to be there in the rehab, and you start to let out all your pain on the podium. In the first month, they didn't even let you wash your plate. Where you ate, someone else did it, and you felt like a parasite, like an idiot. They also didn't let you exercise. Sometimes I would do push-ups and squats in the bathroom, since the bathroom had a lock on the inside. But at some point, I had to tell the truth on the podium because it is widely believed that if you are dishonest inside the group's rehab, it is easier for you to escape because your mind won't be able to handle the dishonesty. To bathe, they gave you a bucket of approximately 5 liters of hot water if you wanted it heated, or you could also bathe with cold water. To bathe, they only gave you 5 minutes. Later, when women started to arrive, the women always wanted to do what they wanted, and they always took a little more time. We saw how the person in charge of the act, not need. Rehab, or the first person in the rehab, also argued a lot with the women. It was like the first person in the rehab was the protagonist of the cartoon Ranma and a Half. I mean that he was a very guilt-trouble tendency. That he was a toxic, bipolar person. He wasn't always unsure. I don't shouldn't. 1 second he was fine, and the next second he was already yelling at you, or was already angry or sad. His way of being was very confusing and unbearable. I can say that in that place, I paid a lot for the karma or the harm I had done. For example, to the nanny who took care of us when we were children in my parents' house, or to a classmate from elementary school who came from the province into, because I insulted them, called them nacos, called them paisanos, called them indios. I was a shitty person, and I admit that I deserved that karma because I was very abusive and a coward. I remember that once I broke a broom, and later a mop in the rehab and played dumb. I left the broom there standing, and when someone else took it, they saw that it was broken, and they investigated who had been the last one to use that broom, and it had been me. So, in the middle of the meeting, the first person in the rehab told me not to be a coward and to tell the truth, but he said it in a general way, so that whoever it was would say it. So I raised my hand and said that it had been me, and he invited me to go to the podium and tell the truth. There, the word cure or heal yourself is used a lot. The word cure inside the Alcoholics Anonymous rehab refers to speaking your truth, being honest. So they would tell you to go up to the podium and cure yourself, meaning tell the truth honestly and bravely. And when I came down from the podium, he started telling me that I was a coward, that I didn't have the guts to say the things I had done, and even less did I have the courage to face the consequences. He told me that I had to be more careful when doing chores, and that the fact that I broke brooms or mops was because I had a lot of anger or neurosis when doing chores, and that caused me to break things because, unconsciously or subconsciously, I hated doing chores. And the truth is, it was true. I never liked doing chores, and even less did I like obeying orders. For me, this rehab was the toughest, and I'm not referring to the food conditions or the area where we were living. I mean that it was like I couldn't be dishonest or hide things there. It was like I had hit a wall and was that child who never matured, that child who never grew up, who never had the courage to defend himself, who never had the courage to tell the truth. who never had the courage to face the consequences of his actions. It was like they knew me more than I knew myself, and I always had to speak the truth. I felt exposed, like if they took your clothes off and you had to walk around emotionally and mentally naked. And precisely what they preached was that inside you couldn't be covered up in your emotions or what you thought or what you felt, because if you covered all that up, the most likely thing was that you would start using drugs or alcohol again. Oh. So for me, it was very hard work with my soul, my spirit, my mind, my feelings, my emotions. And it was harder because you had to put up with the first person in the rehab who was a very mean person. I'm not going to deny that that place helped me, but I feel that if you stay longer than you should in those Alcoholics Anonymous groups, it can affect your life more. Because there, one as a person disappears, one as a person vanishes. You can't make any decisions unless they have been previously approved by your sponsor, the one you have chosen. There, I chose a sponsor, and even if you didn't want to, you had to choose one. I chose the spiritual guide sponsor of the group, who was an accountant. He had gone to the same university where I studied, and that's why I felt he could understand me more. Not because I felt that intellectually I had to choose someone at my level, but because we had had similar experiences. And that's precisely what they tell you to choose, a sponsor with whom you feel mirrored in your decisions, in your experiences, in your life experiences. With them, and to be honest, I also chose him because I thought that since he was the group's guide sponsor or spiritual guide, he would allow me to leave early, which never happened. For the first 3 months that I was there, there were only 3 of us, Guacho, the first of the rehab, and me. After 3 months, more people started to arrive, both men and women, young and old. Generally at the end of December, when all the parties are over, and even at the end of the famous Guadalupe Reyes Marathon, which spans from December 12th, when the Virgin is celebrated, to January 6th, when the Magi leave toys under the Christmas tree for all the children in the country. All that Guadalupe Reyes Marathon, especially for alcoholics and drug addicts, they take it as the last marathon to get drunk and drug themselves brutally. That means that after January 6th of the new year, everyone starts to end up in the rehab. There are many personalities of those in rehab. Many only go to rest their liver or to rest their lungs or to gain weight in their belly or butt. That is, maliciously, they voluntarily enter rehab just to be there for 3 months while their body recovers from alcohol and drug activity to later leave and start using drugs and alcohol again. It's the same thing that happens with people who end up in jail over and over again. Psychologists and psychiatrists talk about an institutionalization of the individual. In other words, the individual gets used to living in confinement with the advantage, according to them, that they don't have to pay for food, electricity, water, rent, or any other service, since the institution provides them with these resources. And I did see many people arrive for a week, a month, and then leave, escape from the place at night or very early in the morning. The first of the rehab had the place locked with chains and a padlock most of the time, and only opened the doors when the Stella meetings started, which were from 6 in the evening until 12 at night. After 3 months, I really wanted to leave that place, but everyone told me that I was just starting my process, that I was just detoxing. They emphasized a lot that it takes 5 years of not consuming anything for your brain to truly return to normal. After 3 months, that is, in January, several people started to arrive to be in rehab. One of them reminded me a lot of my father, and I had many problems with him and many arguments because he spoke like my dad, was as hypocritical as my dad, lied like my dad, and self-pitied like my dad. There, when a new person arrives who has been in rehab once or twice before, They are called relapsers because, despite having had the opportunity to stay in a group for the first time, they didn't stay, became alcoholic or drug addicts again, and that makes them be treated differently. So when relapsers arrived, we all had to go up to the podium and take it out on them, start insulting them, saying obscenities to them, and taking them as a neurosis punching bag. And if you didn't do it, the others would do it to you. So it was like pressure exerted by all the people inside the group towards all the people inside the group, and you had to do it. So the first of the rehab told me that I had to go up and verbally tear into this relapser who looked a lot like my Mai. And they're all by your age. I did it on the podium, and I also did it from the coordination, and this person in rehab who looked like my dad took it very seriously and to heart. From then on, we became enemies. I would say, arch enemies. They had that said, would put out retardly and tell the stage that stash. The yelling they do coach. I am a person who knows very well how to give people a comment to hurt them or to lift them off the ground. I am a Gemini zodiac sign, and Geminis are the messengers of the gods, ruled by Mercury. We have the gift of speech. So I would mock that this man's wife was already dead, and that I was going to fuck her while she was dead, and many things to emotionally hurt him. The man often ended up crying and very angry in his chair. He even seemed to foam at the mouth and steam from his nostrils. He kept adjusting himself in his chair. That's called making guacamole with your... That is 16. And I understand they tell it's the Lord for cut and the slate and the dates. I don't like such a cut and laugh. In the rehab, they say that therapy enters even through the ass, and that's why when someone is telling you your truths, you start moving your ass in the chair because you feel uncomfortable or because you want to hit them. However, he resented me a lot, and the man decided never to tell his story of suffering in alcoholism and drug addiction honestly on the podium again, because he said that everyone attacked him using his own story. But the man also started attacking me, making fun of my history, using me as an example to make jokes, just like my dad. I won't deny that it was very draining because my current relationship with my father is still the same. In fact, I don't get along with my father because he is the same as this man and has never changed, nor will he ever. And even though I support him economically, the man doesn't respect me. Deep down, I truly wish never to live with anyone from my family again, or to be near my parents' house. I've been living alone for 11 years, but I don't want to be near my father, my mother, my sister, or anyone from the family I once knew or once had. So this situation with this man continued until one day he decided to leave because he didn't want to follow the rules. He was punished for not having done his cleaning service well or not having finished it on time, and he ended up leaving during one of the stellar meetings. Everyone told me not to stop him, and I didn't. I told him that if he wanted to, he could leave, and he did. But the truth is, he was also a very annoying person, not just with me, but with everyone. I remember that once the man threw a dirty rag into the coffee or teapot and let it boil. Without saying anything, he let everyone drink that boiled water with a dirty rag used to clean the kitchen. The man was really resentful of life, just like my dad, and I think that's why we clashed a lot, because he was a shitty person. He started having problems with other people in rehab because of his way of being. Once we almost came to blows, but I saw that the man didn't take the shot with me. That's when I realized he was a talker, just like my dad. And the truth is, I wanted him to leave that place because I couldn't stand him. I won't deny that at some point you feel like it's a competition with the other people in rehab to see who leaves first, or who can endure the abuses there, because at the end of the day, they abuse you in every possible way inside. I'm not saying that they wanted to sexually abuse me there, but the first person in the rehab being bisexual, we could say, wanted to see how big my penis was, and that's why he asked me to take off my pants, because most likely he wanted to suck my penis or for me to penetrate him while in rehab. I have had homosexual experiences only twice, but that was many years ago. Once I let my cousin, who is gay, give me some blowjobs, and I came in his mouth and on his face. After that, he always wanted to suck me, but that event never happened again. Also with a transsexual, or rather a transvestite, I let them give me oral sex, and I also liked it. I won't deny it, but I have never penetrated a man, nor have I let myself be penetrated, much less have I given oral sex to any man. I see the fact that these homosexual acts are more like how it is handled in the Bible, and it's not because I am religious, but it's really more like an act of sodomy. Sodomy is punishing the other, but in sex, so the fact that a man gives oral sex to another man, or that a woman gives oral sex to another woman, or that a man penetrates another man is committing sodomy on the other person. It's like the passive recognizes that the active is more manly or has more power than the passive himself. Additionally, it is very well documented that there are homosexual acts carried out by animals. It is said that it is even a control system put in place by nature itself, so that not all individuals of the species mate, reproduce, and there is an overpopulation of the species. This has been seen in dolphins, chimpanzees, and other animals. I am not going to criticize homosexuals, bisexuals, or anyone's preferences. I say no. I'm only explaining the scientific explanation given to this act. I will not deny that love can exist among homosexuals, because I am no one to say that their acts are not of love between them. Among chimpanzees, it is seen that homosexual acts are both to regulate the species and to make friendship between two troops that do not know each other. Homosexual acts are used to avoid physical confrontation. It may even be that one troop offers its females to the chimpanzees, apes, or primates of the other troop to have sexual relations. They even have orgies of all against all, and that creates an alliance among the animals. Please research this topic, and you will see that it is true. And that is only talking about apes or chimpanzees, but in many other animals, this type of homosexual acts also occurs. I even got involved with my aunt, who is about a year older than me. She gave me oral sex at my parents' house, and I sucked her breasts. And well, another time we went to a hotel, also with two other cousins of mine who are a year older than me, with one. Let's say I stimulated her vaginally, stimulated her clitoris, and she liked it. I did that almost in front of all. My cousins and two of my uncles. One day we were watching a movie covered with a blanket, and the girl always came and sat on my lap. So I got really turned on and started putting my hand in her pants and started feeling the hairs of her vagina until I reached her clitoris. She didn't say no because she liked it. She is a nymphomaniac, so I started stimulating her clitoris with my finger, and she really liked it. She even came many, many times, and the truth is, it was very exciting for me. I could never penetrate her, but I always wanted to make love to my cousin, and I am being completely honest with everything I am saying, because it is something that happens. I could say that in all families, it's just not talked about. With another of my cousins, since we were children, we kissed, both being minors. Even when we were older, I had sexual acts with another of my cousins, both being minors as well. I talk about all this because it is part of my sexual, emotional, mental, and spiritual baggage. I am not judging anyone, and everyone is free to do what they want with their bodies and with whom they want, as long as they do not harm each other, or as long as there is no sexual abuse, as long as both are of the same age or both are of legal age, and as long as it is a consensual act between the two, meaning that both desire it. I do not see any problem with that. Lady Studies, little I've sold to treat side as long as the act is consensual by both parties and all the above is met regarding it being legal, there should be no problem. But I must admit that I really like women. The fact that two men have given me oral sex at some point in my life did not make me want to seek more of that, or to be penetrated, or to give oral sex to a man. The truth is no, and if I felt like it, the truth is I would not be ashamed to say it, because here it is about being honest and humble, which is being honest with oneself, with you, and with God. Once I chose my sponsor, after a few months, I started doing my fourth and fifth steps, which basically consist of writing your entire life, your experiences, both the happiest and the most traumatic, or if you want, writing them all. But every time you describe an experience, you have to write what you thought, what you felt, and obviously the characters involved. And the fifth step is that, once you have finished writing your entire life in a notebook, you have to read it aloud in front of the sponsor. This act of being honest, being humble with yourself, with God, and with another human being is the fifth step. Let's say that this triangle frees you too. Much is what the psychoanalyst Carl Gustav Jung calls working your shadow. This process is necessary to integrate all your lost energy and your entire fragmented mind in all your experiences throughout your life. It is a very liberating act that transcends the soul. Once you have integrated your shadow, the process of individuation begins. This is when the distorted or sick ego starts to diminish and begins to die. It is here where you may feel more empty or may feel more depersonalized. Obviously, it is because you have taken off all the masks, characters, and archetypes like those in the tarot that you use throughout your life to survive. In fact, my testimony that I share here, which I narrate anonymously, is my fourth and fifth step. I decided to do it in this interview because my sponsor never listened to my fourth step, and we could never complete my fifth step. When I told him that I wanted him to listen to me, he always postponed it for up to 9 months. I finished writing my fourth step in about 3 months or 3.5 months of writing. I used almost 4 notebooks of 100 pages each. To be exact, it was 3.5 notebooks, and you can't tear out any pages from those notebooks. Every day, they gave me about 2 hours to write my fourth step, but many times I also fell asleep due to tiredness. In Alcoholics Anonymous, they say that you fall asleep because your ego doesn't want you to keep writing, because it doesn't want to be discovered or destroyed. It was a very tough process because, apart from the fact that I was doing my fourth step, the first person in the rehab kept interrupting me all the time. It was like he didn't want me to advance, to move forward, or even to surpass him in his rehab process. He had already done his fourth and fifth steps a long time ago, but he didn't want to get help from his family. He had distanced himself from his family and had a lot of resentment towards his family. His family offered to get him into a very prestigious company in the country, but he never wanted to. He didn't want to owe anything to anyone. Rather, he wanted to wallow in his egocentrism, as he did in front of all the people in the rehab. I remember that in my fourth step, I wrote a lot about how I used to go to the kitchen and fill my mouth with all the food I could. That took away my anxiety. I always liked breaded milanesas and chicken breasts. I had to stuff myself with food until I was almost unconscious or asleep. Besides, for a moment, it took away the emotional emptiness I had. I think that becoming fat was a defense mechanism to distance myself from people with my body fat. In addition, my parents' daily arguments made me neurotic and compulsive. My father passed on to me the addiction to food and marijuana because he was also fat as a child, and when he was young and had his first wife, he smoked marijuana with her. That was stored in his genes, in his DNA, in his sperm, and he transmitted it to my mother when he fertilized the egg. I started acknowledging to dad, and I wanted back to her. My mother and father confessed that to me when I was older. That's why, since I was a child, I was very curious to consume marijuana with Faye. Marijuana users on the corner. The dick said, and I asked Jewish. As a child, I saw a marijuana smoking neighbor who smoked on the corner, and when I was older, I came to smoke marijuana with him. Even a few years ago, I have come to smoke marijuana with my father. There, I realized that all the actions of the family towards me were hypocritical because even my mother and sister had consumed marijuana with me for the past 2 or 3 years. In addition, all my cousins smoke marijuana and are alcoholics. My uncles and cousins on my mother's side consume alcohol in a monstrous way, just as my maternal grandfather and paternal grandfather did. Both were also proven killers. I already told you that both were in jail. I remember that once they also kicked me out of the rehab. A sponsor got tired of listening to me on the show. He podium saying that I already wanted to leave that place, and he told me that he was already fed up, that I was just complaining. Coming down from the podium, he threw the keys to the door at my chest and told me that if I wanted to leave, no one was going to stop me. I was about to stand up and leave, but I didn't. I don't know if it was my ego, my pride, or something inside me that told me. Wasn't time yet. Maybe it was God who stopped me. I also remembered the words that the sponsor who had taken me to the group had told me, that I had to be stoic and not leave that group, even if they were swearing at me all the time. That sponsor was also the one who was very attentive to me, although I no longer speak to him because he wanted to sleep with my mother. One day I checked my mother's phone and saw how he invited her to eat. Additionally, when I was already working as an engineer, he wanted to get money from me under the pretext of recovering a supposed pension that belonged to my father. I realized this because one time I was talking to him on the phone. We ended the call and said goodbye, but since he was using hands-free, he thought the call was over, but it was still active. That's when I heard him telling another person that I had a lot of money because I was an engineer. Anyway, everyone will pay for the actions they take against others. I digressed a bit from the topic, but I had to tell you this. Returning to the rehab. Throughout this process, several people arrived at the rehab, both men and women of all ages. And there, you realize the way women behave. Once again, you confirm female behavior. If there is only one woman in the rehab, she feels like the queen or princess of the place and wants to manipulate everyone. But since she is not allowed to do that there, they get frustrated and start looking for problems. Additionally, they like to go up to the podium and turn on everyone. I mean that they go up to the podium and start saying that the night before they dreamed about having sexual relations with a member of the rehab, but they couldn't say their name. This makes all the men in the rehab sit with an erection, imagining that the woman is talking about them. In particular, it can be heard as a funny situation, but it is really uncomfortable and dangerous because since you are without drugs, without alcohol, the sexual instinct starts to awaken too much, and women know this. And the above, women do it to win over a male partner and be able to escape together. Although once they set foot outside, mostly see, women leave you there, or tell you that they only used you to help them escape from the rehab, and you are left like an imbecile and decide to start using drugs and alcohol again instead of returning and accepting that you messed up and let yourself be carried away by emotional lack disguised as horniness. Because one of the reasons why alcoholics and drug addicts relapse is that they have partners who mistreat them, since they prefer to be with someone mean rather than being alone. Many male and female alcohol and drug addicts relapse because they escape with another person in rehab. There are even godmothers and sponsors who have taken people in rehab to live with them, extract them from the rehab, and take them to live their useless and unhappy life with them. It is almost 100% certain that two addicts will start consuming or drinking alcohol together again. The time in rehab is supposed to be proportional to the emotional strength to avoid becoming a drug addict or alcoholic again. The thing is that when another woman arrives to be in rehab, women start competing for attention and start creating more problems, more gossip, or even invent that you are bothering. This does not mean that women there do not have sexual relations or do not kiss one or several people in rehab. The above is prohibited, and if they see you or catch you, they make you sit for an indefinite time in the chair that is in front of the room, that is, in front of the podium, and they take you as a neurosis punching bag. There are people who have died because they could not withstand such therapy. It was even told that someone was given this intensive therapy for several weeks or months, and at some point the person left the Alcoholics Anonymous group and went to throw themselves off a bridge where cars pass. For me, this is one of the many crimes committed within Alcoholics Anonymous groups, because this is not the only occasion where people have been killed due to the mental control that these types of sects exert. The problem is that the government is not interested in drug addicts or alcoholics. So when someone commits suicide, even if a group of Alcoholics Anonymous is involved, the authorities do not investigate. That's why there are too many abuses of all kinds in those places, both physical, mental, spiritual, sexual, labor, and any type of abuse you can imagine. The truth is, I never liked taking it out on someone I didn't even know or who hadn't said or done anything bad to me. However, inside they forced you to mistreat others. If you didn't do it, everyone would take it out on you, both those in rehab and godmothers, sponsors, and godchildren. It was the pressure of the group on an individual, exerted by the individuals themselves who are subjected there. I also had several temptations with women, especially there was a very pretty girl with fleshy, red and thick lips, very young. She was 16 years old, and I was already of legal age. To be honest, the girl once put her hand under my shirt, but I took her hands away and told her that we couldn't touch each other there. First, because she was underage, and also because someone was, going to come and see us, and besides, that was prohibited there. She told me that she couldn't stand the urge to not have sexual relations. She said that she had seen me without a shirt when I adjusted my shirt, and that was why she had wanted to have sex, that I had provoked her, and despite the fact that she already had a child and was underage, I never touched her or did anything with her. I sat as far away from her as possible because I knew well what could happen both inside the Alcoholics Anonymous rehab and outside due to the laws that govern the country. The girl smoked crack, or the famous cocaine base-paste crack on the I remember that on one occasion there was a sponsor who told her and all the women to put their ass in a bucket of cold water at midnight to lower the arm, heat of the vagina or the pussy. Since it is a selfish act to want to seduce a man just to take him to use drugs and drink alcohol together, it is a ruthless act because women know that most men are weak against our sexual instincts. The first person in the rehab always said that he had never been with her, but it was a lie. He blamed me, saying that I had been with her. He pressured me to confess that I had already had something to do with her, but it was all a lie. The first person in the rehab told me that if I kissed her or had any sexual contact with her, I had to confess it on the podium. Everything he said I was supposedly doing was what he was doing, because he would go into the room, which was the women's dormitory, and spend a lot of time alone with her. I never went into the room, but obviously they were making out, kissing and groping each other. That's why the first person in the rehab was very nervous that they would discover him and blamed me. I remember that in a meeting belonging to the vigil that started at 12 noon and ended at 6 in the morning, there was another guard carried out by a single sponsor or a single godmother, and you had to spend 6 hours without sleeping. It was called vigils. In those vigils, you took advantage to go up to the podium and confess your most aberrant acts of any kind. In those Alcoholics Anonymous groups, there are many experiences of people who have been sexually abused since they were children. There are also many experiences of people who have committed sexual abuse against animals. There are also much more depraved acts than you can imagine. So on one occasion, I woke up in the early morning, and the person in charge of the rehab, that is, the first person in the rehab, was on the podium confessing that he had kissed this underage girl, and that they had made out, or that they had exchanged caresses and kisses in one of the back rooms, next to and inside the bathroom, near and inside. Inside the women's rehab, he confessed that he was always blaming me, and that he wanted to confess that he had done it to avoid going to drink or use drugs for having kept that kind of dishonesty in. The Alcoholics Anonymous group, at that moment I realized that the first person in the rehab was an extremely false, lying, hypocritical person, but above all, envious. He confessed it to his so that sponsor, and his sponsor told him that he was putting his recovery at risk for a woman and that the legal risks were too great. I remember that once I went out without a shirt from the room, and another person in the rehab who had been there for a short time and had resented me a lot, the next day started attacking me from the podium, saying that I took off my shirt to provoke the underage girl, which was a lie, since we had gone out unexpectedly, because an event had arisen where the women in the rehab started screaming because they had seen something strange at night while we all slept, and all the men came out of the men's dormitory. They said, "All right, you cat." In those groups, there's a lot of envy for everything and nothing, whether it's because you arrived at the rehab before or after the others, or because you arrived younger or older than the others, or because there are people who arrived more damaged by alcohol and drugs. There is envy for everything. That's why I don't like those kinds of groups, because when you are recovering, everyone else wants to bring you down. That is the reality of Alcoholics Anonymous, which is why I tell you to stay away from those places. A few days later, this underage girl escaped from the rehab, and he said, "You, I remember that on that occasion they had taken us to a celebration in a party room, where the anniversary of a group belonging to the same current of, say, 24-hour Alcoholics Anonymous rehabs was being celebrated. Obviously, at those celebrations there was no alcohol or drugs, but there was a lot of coffee, cigarettes, and you could dance with the godmothers and women in rehab from other groups. There, I realized how many Alcoholics Anonymous members had sexual relations with female Alcoholics Anonymous members from the same group or other groups. I only see it was like at those parties or celebrations, they promoted friendly and sexual coexistence. It was like the movie Eyes Wide Shut by Stanley Kubrick, which I don't need to. In English, the title is Eyes Wide Shut. There was too much closeness between men and women from different groups, which caused them to get sexually involved. You felt like there was a semi-invisible spiderweb woven at those celebrations, but you understood that it was like a sexual and energy exchange among the members of Alcoholics Anonymous from various groups. It was and still is something sectarian. On one of those occasions, the 16-year-old girl escaped because upon returning to the group after the anniversary celebration of the other group, she told her sponsor that she wanted to go with him to his apartment. The sponsor told her no and went up the stairs to the first floor. He told her that if she wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her. This sponsor was the same sponsor as the first person in the rehab. That is, the 16-year-old girl played with the sponsor and his godson. In this case, later, this same sponsor confessed on the podium and in the coordination that he was about to take her to his house and have sexual relations with her because he was very marked by the defect of lust. But he said he didn't do it because he was afraid of both the legal and spiritual consequences of getting involved with a female alcoholic. And the consequences were ending up in jail, being raped by several inmates. You know, they insert a sharpened wooden broomstick like a huge pencil into your anus, and when they pull it out, they create a void in your intestine, which causes your intestine to come out. That is the famous sock turn. You don't die, but your intestine is exposed, and there are lifelong consequences. Another consequence was ending up alcoholic and drugged again because, spiritually, you are supposedly leading a woman who could have recovered in the group to get confused and become alcoholic and drugged again, just like you. There, men and women are called brothers of the same pain. And although there is a lot of sexual attraction, which is the mask of emotional lack, there have been many sponsors and godmothers who have met within Alcoholics Anonymous groups and have gone to live together. There are even many stories of godmothers who have taken very young people in rehab to live with them, and also vice versa, older sponsors who have taken women in rehab to live in their house and have had children. Most of them become alcoholic and drugged again, but there are exceptions where they haven't done it again and continue living together or have separated due to problems, but neither of them has drunk or used drugs again. Or perhaps the man or the woman has usually could return to addictive behaviors, but it's up to each person. The point is to control your mind, your spirit, your emotions, because dealing with an addict or an alcoholic, being yourself a person who suffers from the same thing, is a bit difficult to overcome day by day, minute by minute, second by second. In fact, this same sponsor I'm telling you about later was going to sleep with a godmother in his apartment, but both he and the godmother confessed on the podium. Both were scolded. Later, that sponsor wanted to mess with the sponsor who had taken me to the rehab because he got angry, arguing that my sponsor wanted to tell him how to sponsor one of his godchildren with whom I was in the rehab. I think it was a pretext to leave the group because they also scolded him and told him that he had acted like a tantrum-throwing child. Finally, the sponsor couldn't take it anymore and never returned to the group. I hope he is doing well. Despite his flaws, he was a good person. He was very cool and took me to the street to do calisthenics on the parallel bars in the park. But the problem was that anger got the best of him, and one of the rules you can't break in the estate. In the St. Town Alcoholics Anonymous group is that you can't fight with anyone because they kick you out of the rehab. Anyway, I also got involved with a woman there inside this rehab. She was of legal age and was a godmother who had been in the group for about 6 or 7 years. She was a year older than me, and the truth is, she was the group slut. She had already been sexually involved with several sponsors. She was an alcoholic and had also been in rehab for more than a year. Everyone told me to be careful with her because she had said that several men had left that place after sleeping without her down and soon. They said, but she knew that by flirting with me or flirting with several men there, she left you with a hard-on, and you started fantasizing about sleeping with her. The truth is, she always flirted with me and smiled at me a lot. There was this you'd study at that and the success. And the truth is, I masturbated many times in the bathroom thinking about her, because this woman wore a thong and wore lycra that was see-through, and you could see the neat and thong down. And the truth is, it did get you very, very excited, not just me, but all the people in rehab. Besides, when she greeted you, she pressed all her breasts against you so you could feel her chest. Even though they weren't big, you felt the squeeze well, and you felt her body, her waist, and right there, you wanted to make her suck, undress her, and fuck her. It was like a continuous, very continuous provocation of the island war, and served at a neat time to cut a long story short, many times she and I stayed talking until very late at night, and the first person in the rehab sometimes allowed it, but many times he told me to go to sleep. I don't know if he did it out of envy because, in the past, she had been his godmother, and he confessed on the podium that in the past he also masturbated in the bathroom like me. Cheryl, thinking about her, I feel that even at that time he still desired her. I feel that the first person in the rehab also didn't want me to leave because of that woman, because if I left the rehab, he wouldn't be able to do several activities he did. From the moment I arrived, they told me that I would be the second person in the rehab if I stayed, but I didn't want to have a responsibility there, because I felt that if I committed to them, it would be harder to escape or leave through the front door with all the rules. When I completed 3 months of being in the rehab, they named me the second person in the rehab. I followed the orders of the first person in the rehab, and whoever was above him, who were all the sponsors and godmothers. At that time, the first person in the rehab went out to the street to finish his incomplete primary, secondary, and high school studies at a school for adults. I helped him by teaching him mathematics, Spanish, and other subjects, things I had learned in school. I noticed how he got angry and envied that I knew more than him, and despite the fact that I was helping him learn, he kept treating me worse and worse. He humiliated me and exposed me to the others. Once he blamed me for the lack of vegetables and food, meaning groceries, food for all of us in the rehab to eat. I told him that the sponsor in charge of bringing us food supplies hadn't brought it, despite the fact that I had warned him, and he started yelling at me in front of everyone, and I remained silent and went to the room to do my 4th step. I was still writing at that time. I hadn't finished my 4th step yet. I felt a lot of anger, helplessness, and even cried with rage. I asked God why I was suffering so much with such mean people by my side. Then, after 30 minutes, he came in and apologized to me. He told me that the sponsor had spoken on the phone and that the sponsor asked for an apology for not having brought the supplies when it was his turn, that he had forgotten despite the fact that I had warned him by phone call. But this apology was only at a personal level, without anyone else seeing or hearing us. There, I realized that the first person in the rehab was an extremely narcissistic, proud person because he never accepted or apologized for his mistakes in public, and especially the way he had yelled at me and humiliated me in front of everyone, calling me a liar and a jerk because supposedly I hadn't warned that the food had run out. I felt very frustrated to have to endure those mistreatments. Today I understand that it was part of my past actions that I was paying for in that place. It was very sad and very desolate to be in a place locked up with people like that. It made me very angry and very upset not to be able to defend myself. Because if I hit him or said something to him, I knew that he was going to lie about the true events and that he was going to manipulate the story so that I would come out as the guilty one. But anyway, everything is paid for in this life. So returning to the godmother who disturbed me, it is called disturbing the mind. The fact that something or someone provokes in you that type of passionate emotions or of any kind that take you out of your center, out of your focus on your recovery. I remember that sometimes I was left as if I were the first person in the rehab because they took the first person in the rehab on vacation to anniversaries of other Alcoholics Anonymous groups that were in other states of the country. Sometimes they also took me, but they took him more often because he had been there longer than me, and I stayed quietly in the group. Because the first person in the rehab was an extremely toxic, neurotic person who mistreated everyone without reason. One of the things that made me suffer the most there was the music, more precisely the radio. The first person in the rehab always had the same radio station on, and that traumatized me because I only listened to commercial music and pure trash programs. For a year and 2 months I was enduring that crap. As soon as he went on vacation, I changed the station to listen to electronic music, or non-commercial music, which is much better than the trash he listened to. I remember that once I was left alone with that godmother, and it coincided that at that time the first person in the rehab had gone on vacation to an anniversary of another Alcoholics Anonymous group. As usual, that day the godmother was wearing a thong. She lay down, and well, she showed me all her ass. Like that, without lycra pants, and I really thought about fucking her right there, but I was afraid they were going to scold me, and the truth is, I didn't do it. I only covered her with a blanket, but I did see her thong, and I knew she was doing it to get me hard. That's how these kinds of sluts are. I always thought that when I got out, I was going to look for her and take it out on her by fucking her and making her suck. Because the truth is, alcoholics, drug addicts, or emotionally sick women of any kind, who are the majority of women in the world, fuck like whores in bed. They fuck and suck really. Well, as my ex-sponsor would say, you can also eat through the ass and the vagina. In the time I was there, they took me on vacation to several groups in different states of the country and also local ones died. And the truth is, I had a good time. You ate well. But returning to the group, again, it was hell to live with this asshole, the first person in the rehab. I remember that at 9 months I had a call with my parents, and from then on they started letting me go out with my parents once a week. My parents told me that I looked good. My sister told me that I looked very thin. And the truth is, I had lost a lot of weight. That is, I did lose weight compared to the weight I had when I entered. But even so, the food they gave us there, and especially when there were many people, the food rations were divided among everyone, and the truth is, you ended up very thin. My father started bringing me groceries, such as oats, amaranth, and things to gain muscle, so to speak. They started letting me go for the tortillas. They started letting me go to exercise at the nearby park, because at that time I still had the idea of entering the army. My sponsor, the one who got me in there, set me up with a captain, and I went to take my army tests, but they told me that supposedly I had a hernia and couldn't enter. That frustrated me a lot because I was at the ideal weight. I had the ideal height. I did parallel bars, calisthenics. I ran. And I started to resent life and God a lot. My sponsor, the one who had gotten me in there, told me I could look for other options. The other sponsor, the one from inside the group, also recommended that I continue studying, but in a career that I really liked, because I had decided not to continue in architecture. It turns out that I enrolled in a university where I studied an engineering degree related to telecommunications, security systems, and computer science. And I started attending the university, although I was still living in the rehab. And yes, the first person in the rehab was very envious and told me that the study plan was very ugly and that I should study something else, like communication. Ha ha! Because the third idiot wanted to be on television, but I didn't have that goal. The loser idiot wanted to give me recommendations when he hadn't achieved anything in his life. Many times my classmates from school invited me to drink, but I never wanted to because I really couldn't. I didn't want them to realize that I lived in a rehab. The first person in the rehab was very envious that I was already going to university while he still couldn't finish approving high school for adults. It turned out that he had also lied about his real age. Even a much older person had lied about his birth date, and even on his birth certificate, his life story was a lie, just like he was in real life. For a while I helped him with mathematics, Spanish, and other subjects, but the guy still didn't respect me and kept humiliating me, kept belittling me, until the fights with him became much more constant, and I started thinking about escaping from that rehab because my sponsor also didn't want to listen to my fourth step, and I had to finish that because I wanted to complete my fifth step. It was an important process. I remember that once a guy arrived with some staples, some papers with powdered cocaine. He gave them to me and told me that he wanted to be honest with me and that he didn't want to bring drugs inside the rehab. I remember that before I threw them into the toilet bowl. The truth is, I did think about inhaling them. Now it's so salted and stout and unstart salt, but I didn't do it. I said all this on the podium, and they told me that I still had a risk of relapsing into addictions. I did think about getting high again, but I wanted time to pass. I felt very excited about the new career I was studying. I really liked and still like the area of engineering, but I was no longer comfortable in the rehab because the envy of the first person in the rehab towards me grew more and more, and he looked for excuses to give me more chores or more responsibilities. Almost every day we fought or argued, because the truth is, I no longer cared what he thought. I already felt like hitting him, but I always stopped myself because I knew that if I hit him, he was going to tell a different version, and the sponsors were going to screw me over. When I complained about the first person in the rehab to the spiritual guide sponsor of that group, the sponsor told me to go up to the podium and tell him things from up there, not to be a coward. But I didn't want to start with that game because I didn't want to be distracted from the university. The first person in the rehab wanted me to leave the rehab and relapse into drugs and alcohol, but I didn't do it. At least not at that time. He said that it didn't matter if I left, because they were going to find another replacement for me so that he could continue going to school in the afternoons. I started to notice how the first person in the rehab behaved strangely and took more time than he said to arrive. He was bothered that he had to go to school in the afternoon and had to wait for me to return from the university. But he left in the afternoon and took a lot of time, and then arrived between afternoon and night. That is, the guy started taking more time than he should, and the sponsors started to notice. In addition, his arrogance was getting bigger and bigger. I remember that once I woke up in the middle of the night during the vigil, and the first person in the rehab was on the podium talking about me. He said that he was very envious that I hadn't been in jail while he had been in jail. At that moment, I realized that he wanted to destroy me. Lived I lived. Truth is, the guy was very stupid because even though they could find a replacement to cover for him while he went to school for adults in the afternoon, he didn't know that he was digging his own grave, because even if they found a replacement for me, no one else was going to teach him the subjects from elementary to high school. I also remember that there were times when the rehab emptied because people escaped or asked to be let go or left by force. Although it was supposedly an open-door group, it really wasn't, because the first person in the rehab always put chains and padlocks so that people wouldn't escape. When the first person in the rehab went on vacation to anniversaries of other Alcoholics Anonymous groups, I left the door open without chains and padlocks, and I told them that whoever wanted to leave could go and that I wouldn't stop them. When I did that, no one left, not even escaped, only the man I told you about who looked a lot like my dad and who was sitting in the front because he had committed a fault and had to eat after everyone else. Those were the rules of the rehab. I hadn't invented those rules. In fact, another guy and I had also been to sit in front of the podium because we had fallen asleep after having a vigil, and we were punished. The more people there were in the rehab, the more other punishments were applied, supposedly to keep us under control. That is, I had to do it because those were the rules. I had gone through that before, and we all had to respect the rules. And he didn't know I said and answer the church. But he didn't want to respect them and share was. They didn't want that children. As she died, don't teach. Took that as a pretext to leave. Later, when it was my turn to go on vacation for a while to an anniversary of an Alcoholics Anonymous group, the first person in the rehab told me when I returned that man who looked like my father had returned, all drunk, so they could see how he suffered. That's called throwing yourself on the floor, or in other words, self-pity. Here's a classic behavior of children ignored by their parents since they were little. When they took me on vacation to an anniversary of an out-of-town Alcoholics Anonymous group, the first person in the rehab was very envious. I noticed it in his eyes, in his attitudes, and in his rudeness. I remember that once he threw a sock at me when we were eating with the sponsors after the Stellar meetings, and I threw it back at him and told him something like, "Man, this is dirty," or something like that. And the guy got super angry and went to the kitchen. I went to the kitchen and noticed how he exploded and told me that I had humiliated him in front of everyone and a bunch of nonsense. That is, he was a guy who was already messed up in his mind, wanted to manipulate everyone. And when you didn't let yourself be manipulated, he got upset. He was a crack smoker, a rock smoker, but the guy was already very emotionally damaged, perhaps from so much drug use, perhaps from being a transvestite who wanted to be a transsexual. Something inside me tells me that now he is back on the street as a homeless person, prostituting himself in jail in a psychiatric hospital, or already dead. He was a very abusive guy because he liked to torture us emotionally. On Saturdays and Sundays, the sponsors had given us a chance to watch television, but the first person in the rehab decided that we could only watch television on Sundays. But he always wanted to put on what he wanted, and it was torture to have to watch movies about homosexuals that he liked. I mean, movies about romances between homosexual men. And the truth is, it disgusted all the other men because we didn't have those sexual preferences. I already told you that I had homosexual experiences, but I really like women. I see that another man giving me oral sex as a diversion or sodomy, it has never really been something that excites me or that I feel love for another man. I wouldn't have a problem saying that I am bisexual or homosexual. The first person in the rehab wanted to subjugate us as he had been subjugated in jail. He had gotten out of jail, but the jail never got out of him. If we had accused him of making us watch movies about homosexuals, all the sponsors and godmothers would have punished him, because in that group it was not allowed for men to dress as women. The dream of the first person in the rehab was to become a transvestite again, but rather to become a transsexual. He said he wanted to get silicone breasts and have facial surgeries. He already had surgeries on his nose. That is, he was a guy who didn't accept the body he was born with. A total disaster. The problem is that the guy didn't know if he liked being penetrated or liked to penetrate. He said that his uncle had raped him, and that later he raped his uncle, haha. It was funny because his life was a meme. That meme refers to the idea that if your uncle raped you as a child, later when you're drunk, you're going to rape him. This case, it had come true. He said that he had sucked dick out of laziness, because he was lazy, but never out of pleasure. He even came to say that his greed is what led him to be homosexual, but it really wasn't like that. We all realized that he liked men more. Since I arrived, he wanted to see the size of my penis to see if I could be his daddy, the man who would fuck him and to whom he would submit. Maybe if I had done it, I would have had more freedoms, but also more problems, because it has been scientifically proven that couples formed by homosexuals are where there is more verbal and physical violence. I invite you to research what I say, and you will see that I am right. This happens because these relationships are based more on physical approval and validation rather than emotional. Moreover, homosexuals are more unstable than heterosexuals. The good thing is that I never showed him my penis. When the first person in the rehab wasn't there, the whole rehab was very quiet. I never exerted pressure or mistreated anyone there. That's why my conscience today is at peace that the first person in the rehab, since he had been in jail for more than 5 years, wanted to bring us to the same rhythm as jail. Many sponsors told him to change his way of being because he was going to pay for everything. But he never changed. He only got worse and got angry when they told him his truths. The sponsors let him be, do, and undo. His sponsor, who once wanted to fight with my sponsor, the one who had taken me to the rehab, lost control because he thought they wanted to take away a godchild from him. Because of that, he couldn't return to the group out of shame that they would expose him in front of everyone at a stellar meeting. Woe and tightness in the child industry art. And what Farrell chose. For that reason, the first person in the rehab had to choose another sponsor. And to top it off, he chose the same sponsor I had. The spiritual guide of that Alcoholics Anonymous rehab. So there started to be another competition, because it was as if we were both brothers and had the same dad. I never competed with him for attention from the sponsor, but he, being a closet transsexual, was like half woman and half man. Today I know that maybe the sponsor had sexual relations with the first person in the rehab, because later I found out that this sponsor also had a homosexual past. That's why the first person in the rehab got jealous that they didn't take him to out-of-town Alcoholics Anonymous group anniversaries. He was a very unstable being, very sterile, meaning that if he wanted to sow a seed of goodwill, humility, or sincerity in his soul, in front of himself, in front of others, and in front of God, the seed was never going to germinate because he was an asshole. Many times when I went for the tortillas, I thought about escaping, but I decided to endure and do it right. I also wanted to take my clothes that my parents had brought me to the rehab. They said, "Children, and are you?" Well, he stayed here. I started planning my escape. I started studying the times he took at school and which days he took longer to return. Many times, the first person in the rehab supposedly went to school and out, returned after 5 or 10 minutes because he had forgotten something or because supposedly he was going to eat there at the rehab. I remember that once we argued to the point of almost hitting each other. We stood face to face like two dogs that want to kill each other, but neither of us threw a punch. By then the group was already empty. I mean that only Gouache or Guecho was there, another guy who had just arrived, the first person in the rehab, and I were there. In total, we were 4 people. I remember that at that time I thought it was the right moment to leave. But before I tell you how I escaped, I want to tell you about some experiences that I consider very important and that I also lived in that place. It turns out that the godmother, the one I told you about who wore a thong, once brought her boyfriend, and I didn't get jealous because I didn't have any relationship with her other than flirting and getting turned on. I treated him like a friend. I knew I had nothing to claim because I had nothing to do with the godmother. But I remember that the godmother kept flirting with me because when we went to the anniversaries of the groups, she wanted me to dance with her. She would take my right hand with her left hand and put it on her waist, and she would tell me to hold her tight, and with the other hand I would turn her or move her. She would smile at me, and I would also smile at her. Sometimes she would grab my face and give me soft slaps. I felt how that woman wanted to excite me a lot, and she succeeded. The truth is, I started fantasizing about her and until masturbating a lot in the group's bathroom, thinking about her. And when I told the truth about what I did on the podium, they told me to be careful because those thoughts could make me leave the She stopped going for a while and started being indifferent with me. I think it was because the sponsors told her to stay away from me, besides the fact that she was fucking several guys on. There, in street. Yeah, street. She was emotionally destroyed. I felt her distance, and the sponsors, especially her sponsor, told me to tell the truth, to go up to the podium and confess, to say that I had already planned with her to meet when I got out or escaped from the rehab. One day on a Thursday Stella meeting, it was her sponsor's turn to be on guard. The room was full. I think there were about 55 people in the room. I always had a fear of being exposed in front of everyone, and that day it happened to me. Her sponsor and one of his godchildren made me sit in front of the podium and gave me a beating, saying all kinds of things, making fun of me. I felt depersonalized. I felt like a weight was being lifted off me, but at the same time, it was super uncomfortable. That feeling of knowing that there was no intimacy in the group. It's like everyone knew what you thought and felt before you said it. I heard everyone screaming and laughing behind me at everything they were saying to me. They told me I was an idiot, a son of a bitch for distracting myself from my recovery process because of an anonymous alcoholic. I remember that her sponsor told me to confess, to tell the truth, because that old woman was going to make me leave the group. They even told me off for confessing about her on the podium. They told me to concentrate on the university and to leave the godmother alone, that she was a bitch. For women, it is an honor to make someone leave the group. Women are ruthless, and if you keep allowing it, they destroy you. The psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud says that there is envy from women towards men because women do not have a penis, and that makes them feel like they are missing something in the hole they have between their legs. From the beginning, they see men with contempt, envy. But we already know that envy is unadmitted admiration. The sponsors told me that she was going to keep flirting with me, but that I was the one who had the decision to continue with those fantasies. Now that I remember, at that time when I was in the rehab, I also contacted another girl from high school by message, since I had a laptop in the rehab where I did my programming homework. It's funny how when you're locked up, several opportunities to have sexual relations with several women come up. But you can't carry them out because you're locked up. Or semi-locked up. I imagine that's what guys in jail feel. Would you silly talent and worse than the eight? With the difference that in jail you can get high, drink, and have sex. Later, I looked for this bitch when I got out of the rehab, but she was already with someone else and wanted to bring me as her friend without loosening her ass, and I told her to fuck off. Another important thing that happened there in that rehab is that everyone said that a ghost of a girl appeared. Since I'd never seen anything or experienced anything paranormal, I never took the topic seriously. I didn't even suggest it or anything, but I remember on one occasion I was keeping watch, meaning I was taking the meeting from 12 at night to 6 in the morning with Gouache or Guacho and another sponsor. I remember that on that occasion we first had a meeting where the sponsor coordinated, and I went up to the podium to say what I felt. That meeting ended, and then we had another meeting. In that other meeting, it was my turn to coordinate, meaning to carry out the control of the meeting, and Guacho went up to the podium to heal himself, to say what he felt, although really, the guy wasn't understood much because he was like, schizophrenic. The sponsor was sitting in front of the coordination and the podium, but about 10 or 12 meters away, I think it was already past 2 in the morning, and we started to fall asleep. But suddenly, I entered a lucid dream, or rather, it was like the dead had come over me, but I was sitting in the coordination, looking straight at the sponsor, and to my right was the podium where Guacho was saying what he felt out loud. I remember I started to feel a very strong heaviness in my body. That is, I couldn't move, I could only see, but I could only move my eyes without moving my eyelids or moving my head. And I realized that the sponsor who was in front of me was also like me. We were in a position like when you're sitting and start to fall asleep and hunch forward. Many say that this position is called when one is sucking their own dick, because it seems like you're giving yourself oral sex. So Guacho kept talking on the podium, but the sponsor and I were like hypnotized. We couldn't get out of that state of hypnosis. Suddenly, I see a girl walking towards me wearing a red dress, if I remember correctly. I estimate she was between 8 or 10 years old. I remember I could see her feet, and where her dress started a little above her knees, but when I tried to look up, something stopped me. Something inside me told me not to look at the girl's face because perhaps I wouldn't be able to handle what my eyes were going to see. And at the same time, I started to feel a desperation to move. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell the sponsor to help me, or to tell Guacho or Gouache to get down from the podium and wake us up, or rather to shake our bodies with his hand, both mine and the sponsor's, because I saw the sponsor was also sleeping, or rather nodding off. We were like that for a while. The truth is, I don't know how much time passed, but when we could move or wake up, it was when Guacho or Gouache came down from the podium of the auctions and the estimate that right. Indian touched about and don't like to ride a stone. How to they tell him I'll be? The sponsor and I woke up and could move. I told the sponsor right there that I had had a nightmare, or that the dead had come over me, and that I had seen a ghost girl, and I gave him no characteristics of the girl, and an insane and silk front I her. And the sponsor laughed and told me that he also couldn't wake up, and that he was also paralyzed. He told me that he had also had a nightmare, and that he was dreaming that Guacho Ogwash was chasing him with some of those huge grass-cutting shears, and that Guacho Ogwash wanted to cut off his penis. We started to laugh nervously, and it was there where at least I realized that the ghost girl did appear in the group, that the stories about her were real, and that both the sponsor and I had been subjected to a nightmare, but awake both in the real world and halfway in the dream world. They said that women had seen her in the women's dormitory. Several had seen her. I always remained doubtful about what the ghost girl's face looked like, but perhaps it was better not to see her face, because perhaps I wouldn't have been able to handle seeing her, and I would have been left disturbed or traumatized, or I don't know. On several outings I had to anniversaries of other out-of-town Alcoholics Anonymous groups in other states of the country. I had the opportunity to have sexual contacts with godmothers or goddaughters, but I never did. I only to say I attend to say no, oh Sharon. Remember that the first time they took me to an anniversary, I did try to kiss the daughter of a godmother who flirted with me and gave me access, but she never accused me or anything, and later she asked her mom how long I was going to be in there, meaning like if she had been interested in me. But her mom told her the truth, that I was going to be there for a while, so perhaps she got discouraged or wanted to leave me with a hard-on. This sale actually is his chuddy out of sight. Women love to do that. I remember that on that occasion I stayed to sleep with them in the same hotel room, but nothing happened between us. I felt that the godfathers were testing me, but I never tried anything with a godmother or a companion from the Alcoholics Anonymous group. There was also another homosexual companion who was from another Alcoholics Anonymous group, and he kind of flirted with me. But obviously that was more frowned upon, and besides, he didn't attract me. And on one occasion, a young gay man arrived at the annex. I even saluted Nessa. I knew what Chile and Chilbunties helped him, and after I escaped from the annex, we started talking by message, but I realized that the guy was very ungrateful, rude, and emotionally unstable, and I told him so and blocked him, because he is very hypocritical people who really don't deserve to stay in your life. Inside the annex, I realized that the world is very small, because the 16-year-old girl, who already had a child, who had put her hand in my shirt, and who had kissed and made out with the first one in the annex, turned out that she knew a guy named Malone. I had smoked marijuana with that man at the university, because he did maintenance at the university. That man was cool, and he was the one who said the phrase, "When you do drugs, you hang out with demons," and it's true. Super proven by me. And then it turns out that the 16-year-old girl was dating Malone. Even though Malone was a man who was over 40 years old, but he looked very tough, very tall, buff, with a mean face. And when we started to match the stories, it turned out to be the same person. Why? This was the second occasion in an annex where I found or knew people with whom I had hung out or had partied in the chaos, in the world of drugs and alcohol. The world is very small, and if you have enemies, you must be careful not to end up in a place locked up where you can meet enemies from the past. Malone had the experience of being a gang member for many years in the United States and had also been in prison in the United States. If he is listening to this, I send him a greeting, and he knows that he will always have my respect and appreciation because he is a good dude, a respectable dude. It made me laugh how the 16-year-old girl had hooked up with Malone, who was a married man over 40 years old, and the girl said it as if it were nothing, as if it weren't illegal to get involved with minors. I lived many things in that annex. I saw many people escape from there too. I saw many people return. But what I saw the most were abuses, humiliations, subjugations, and other things related to human trafficking. For example, a godmother or an annexed woman could be passed around among several godfathers, and one day one would sleep with her, and another day another would, and they all continued to live together as if it were a large incestuous and pedophilic family where everyone had tried the sperm of all the fair godfathers and godchildren, just as everyone had tried the vaginal fluids of all the godmothers and goddaughters. That disgusted me. It seemed very sick to me, besides being hypocritical, that we, though I were annexed, or even some godfathers, were denied having sexual relations with women from Alcoholics Anonymous, while other godfathers did have sex with them. That's where I started to see that all of and yet could permission to say that all that was really a farce. Besides the fact that Alcoholics Anonymous is a Masonic sect, it is also human trafficking. In fact, the godfather, the spiritual guide of that group, was an accountant, and he did or continues to do tax fraud. I mean, he had several companions from the Alcoholics Anonymous group on his ghost payroll, that is, godfathers and godmothers, who supposedly worked for him in a ghost business or company, meaning they were registered with the Treasury. But in reality, he didn't give them the full salary that he declared to the government. In other words, to the godfathers and godmothers, he only paid them a small amount of money for pretending to be on a payroll working for him, as if they were really working 8 or 12 hours a day. Obviously, this is a federal crime, and perhaps one day he will pay for all the damage he has done and continues to do. I also remember how he would hide from his wife in the annex. He would use the group to change clothes there, not to go home and be with other women, because sometimes his wife would call the annex to check and see if he was there. It was pathetic that the most respected godfather in the group, the spiritual guide of the group, would ask you in secret that if his wife asked about him, you wouldn't tell her that he was in the group, because sometimes his wife would arrive and appear in the group without warning. Even the godfather who took me to that group heard how the wife of this godfather, the spiritual guide where I was annexed, screamed at him on the phone that if she found him cheating with other women, she would beat him up. That is, he was really a godfather subdued by his wife, who used the group as if it were a brothel, a motel, or a closet where he kept and changed clothes to go party with other women. Sometimes this godfather would take us to run in a park that was nearby, and I felt good exercising. But honestly, I already wanted to leave that place because the godfather also didn't take seriously that he had to listen to my 4th step to finish my 5th step. Every time I asked him to listen to me, Nancy denied. You're right, but wow, and Chassis. He only postponed the date, and that's how he kept me for 9 months. He told me to keep talking about my experiences in the annex's podium. But I was already tired of waiting for something that was never going to happen. So, returning to the day when I escaped from that annex, a year and 2 months had already passed since I was locked up there. Honestly, I was already tired of being in that place, and the godfather not paying attention to me. They start to the daily sir, out shout to the crest. Other godfather, the one who had taken me, and he told me that the day I left by escaping was respectable because the situation inside the group was already unsustainable. So that day I planned it very well and only waited for the right moment. I had been perfecting my plan for several weeks before. The plan was as follows. As soon as the first one in the annex left for school, which was around 3 in the afternoon, I was going to start taking down a maximum of 3 changes of clothes. These clothes were mine, which my parents had brought me so I could dress to go to the university. And so it happened. The first one in the annex left at 3 in the afternoon. I remember that we were already uncomfortable due to many fights and everything that had happened since the beginning when I arrived at that place. So I was more than decided. He left and I waited around half an hour or a maximum of 1 hour, and I set up a new meeting with Guacho. He told me that he didn't want a to do another meeting because only the 2 of us were there, and the third annexed guy was going to take a shower, which meant that there would be no one to go up to the podium. I told Guacho to talk for an hour and a half from the coordination. Guacho smoked a lot of cigarettes, so if he had coffee and cigarettes, he was happy. So at the same time, what I did was heat water so that the third annexed guy could take a shower. Once the water was hot, I told him it was his turn to shower, and he said yes, that there was no problem. He went to shower and even came out again for clothes. He was missing. Honestly, I was very nervous because I already wanted to leave, but I couldn't afford to make any mistakes. So I waited for him to go back into the bathroom, and at that moment I hid the 7th tradition money in the bed of the first annex member. When I say the 7th tradition, I mean that in Alcoholics Anonymous groups there are 12 traditions. The 7th tradition states that Alcoholics Anonymous groups support themselves through their own contributions. So, at the end of each Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, a basket is passed around, and each member, whether they are godfathers or godmothers, should put money from their pocket into it. This money is called the 7th tradition because it refers to the 7th tradition. So, after hiding the 7th tradition money in the bed of the first annex member, I started to take down a set of clothes that were on hangers. I mean shirts, jackets, suit jackets, pants, shoes, sneakers, boots, etc. I went down the stairs with the first batch of clothes and placed it near the door. I made sure no one was coming from the street or that no one was going to enter, because sometimes before the Stella meetings, godfathers, godmothers, godchildren, or people who came in the morning to listen and unburden themselves so that the godfathers wouldn't scold them, would come to the group and arrive. Unexpectedly, I saw that no one was coming, so I went up the stairs again, which were metal stairs, the kind that are overlapping. I remember that Guacho kept looking at me. Obviously, he knew that I was already leaving. I went down again with the second batch of clothes and made sure again that no one was coming from the street. When I went up again and came down with the last batch of clothes in my backpack with the computer, I told Guacho that I was going to take the clothes to the dry cleaner because a godfather had asked me to take them. That I was going to be late, returning, and he told me yes, that there was no problem. But we both knew that I was already escaping from the annex. The fewer people there are in an annex, the better, because there is more food for the and you don't that. So there is people who are inside, besides the fact that the atmosphere is more relaxed. I think I escaped from that annex between December of the year 2012 and January of the year 2013. That is, I was 21.5 years old. When I went down with the third batch of clothes, I went out to the street with all the clothes loaded and walked towards a small park that was near the annex. I felt extremely nervous. I was very afraid that someone from the annex was going to find me. because if they caught you, they could force you to return or notify your family so that when you got home, they would take you back to the annex. And obviously, whoever did that was only accepted back into the annex if they hadn't gotten high or drunk again. I remember that I arrived at the small park and sent a message to my godfather, the godfather who had originally taken me to the annex. And I remember that I also told my father that I had already escaped, and that if he could come get me, because my dad had gone to see me that day at the annex, he had gone to bring me money, to bring me groceries to the annex. But my dad was already aware of how the first annex member treated us, how he mistreated and humiliated us. Oh, I got the answer was so tight, I don't actually consent to that united. So he was already aware that I was going to leave that place soon. They don't say, in they don't know it. I remember that I think my godfather and my dad arrived later. And I left with my dad, I remember. That I arrived home, and I think my mom arrived later at night. I don't remember if I had told my mom before arriving home. But when my mom arrived, I saw that they called the house, and it was my godfather from inside the annex, saying that if I hadn't gotten high or drunk yet, they should take me back to the annex, that they shouldn't believe anything I said, that I was a liar, that they shouldn't let me into their house. When I told my mum everything I'd been through, I feel that for the first time in her life, she understood a little about the suffering I had endured in that place. Besides, I was very thin. I think my parents saw that I wasn't eating well, even though supposedly in that group they treated you well. But what they never say is that the more people there are, the food and rations are divided among everyone. So I really came out of that place very thin. If I gained a little weight compared to when I entered there, but I had many white spots on my old face known as geotes, which appeared due to malnutrition. So my parents gave me the opportunity to stay in their house again, as long as I didn't get high again, and they recommended that I go to a group to listen to meetings, at least for an hour and a half, and that I go to a psychologist or psychiatrist. I continued going to the university, and I remember that they started medicating me with sertraline and other psychiatric medications, supposedly to regulate my emotional state and control my anxiety about getting high. But the truth is that the only thing that happened to me was that I started to gain weight. The medication increased my hunger a lot, besides making me sleep all the time. I felt that this medication did a lot of harm to my mind and my entire being because it made me feel like a robot without feelings, as if the medication prevented me from having emotions. The truth is that I wanted to get high again because I couldn't stand being like that. I continued going to the university, but the truth is that I wanted to smoke marijuana again. I don't really know how much time passed. I think that at most 9 months had passed since I escaped from the annex, and I started smoking marijuana again. In fact, I crushed the sertraline pills and added them to the marijuana joint to see what it felt like, both alone and with university friends. I started smoking marijuana again at a party. I was afraid that my mother and father would kick me out of the house again and ask me to go back to the annex, so I tried to hide it again. But one day came when I think, now and so Ashley, my mother or my father realized again that I was still smoking marijuana because on Saturdays for 2 years I was studying another career, a technical career that lasted 2 years. The career was as an analyst programmer technician, and it complemented very well with the engineering I was already studying. I mean, just because you're a drug addict doesn't mean you have to throw your life away. You can be a drug addict, but still apply yourself in school, at work, with your family. The act of getting high is very personal. It's a personal ritual. The problem was that I started smoking weed on, the street with a dye from my dad's tool. And coming out of school, a police officer on a motorcycle caught me and told me that if I wanted to smoke weed, I should do it at home. He called a patrol car and they took me in. It was the first time I had been taken in a patrol car. When I arrived at the police station, they took away my shoelaces and belt. They take them away so you don't hang yourself or hang someone else. I was only left with the cell phone my mother had bought me. And I turned to it. They sat me next to a fat guy and another guy who were handcuffed. The fat guy asked me why I was there. I didn't want to answer, and he said to me, "Are you going to say you didn't do anything like all of us who are here?" And everyone laughed at me. Eleanor, the fat guy told me he was handcuffed because they caught him inhaling solvents on the street and he had resisted arrest, so the police had beaten him up. But when they took us to the doctor, he said he had fallen or something like that, because when you're there, you can't be a snitch. You'll have to keep quiet and not get the police in trouble. They took me to the doctor, and the doctor started telling the police who had brought me that in his youth he was a hippie and smoked marijuana. At that moment, I felt like life was mocking me, because if the doctor had smoked marijuana, then why couldn't I? But those were different times, and maybe he didn't smoke marijuana on the street as if nothing was wrong. They took me to the back. There were walls about 6 meters high. It was a big yard, and to top it off, I had no credit on my phone. All because I didn't top it up and preferred to buy marijuana. At that moment, I regretted what I had done. There were 3 latrines, 3 toilet bowls, but they were full of shit, vomit, urine, and they also stank of alcohol. It was horrible. I couldn't even use the bathroom. The fat guy told me to let him see the cell phone. I showed it to him, and he told me if he could make a call, but I told him I had no credit, and I told him I was thinking of giving the cell phone to the judge of the police station, so he would let me out. I thought that because I felt like he wanted to take it from me when I was being stupid by smoking marijuana on the street. A guy told me, one of line for all the sand ones, which means that many times we were lucky smoking marijuana on the street and the police didn't catch us, but that someday we were going to lose. I remember there was no drinking water, and we had to drink water directly from the tap. Suddenly, a relative came to pick up one of those who were in the cells, and the guy promised to return and bring us a sandwich to eat. No one believed him, but the guy returned and gave us a sandwich that we divided into equal parts for the 15 or 16 people who were locked up there. There were many men over 50 years old who were drunk, meaning they had been locked up for drinking alcohol on the street, or they had been caught urinating on the street, which, like consuming drugs on the street, is an administrative offence, as long as you only carry the dose for personal consumption. But many times the police plant more drugs on you too, extort money from you, and if you don't give it to them, they send you to jail, to a prison for drug trafficking and crimes against health. I requested the call I was entitled to by law and called my godfather and told him what had happened. He told me he was going to notify my parents, but that perhaps from there he could take me to jail, accusing me of crimes against health, without hanging up. I heard him talk to my mother, and she told him she wasn't going to see or get me out of any place because it was my problem. My godfather told me he was going to notify my father to see if he wanted to come see me and get me out of that place, and I hung up the phone. They took me back to the cell yard, and suddenly they took me to the judge, and I told him I wasn't a bad person, that I was studying engineering and another career on Saturdays, that I wasn't stealing nor was a criminal, but that I had made a mistake by smoking marijuana on the street. I told him the only thing I had of value was the cell phone, but it was my mother's. I told him I would give it to him so he would let me out, but that the cell phone cost around 5,000 units, and that at least he had to give me back half so I wouldn't lose everything. The judge laughed and told me he couldn't do that because he had to divide the money from the cost of the cell phone among several people. And he ordered the police to take me back to the cells because I had to stay for 72 hours. They had caught me on Saturday, 3 in the afternoon, and it was already getting dark. Perhaps it was 7 or 9 at night. They took me back to the cells, and suddenly it started to rain. They put us in the cells, and it was horrible. I got on a concrete bed that had a leak. They were very cold cells. Suddenly, I noticed hours. Got off the bed, and another guy got on the bed. I thought about complaining about the bed, but preferred not to say anything to avoid problems. It was the last thing I wanted at that moment. Suddenly, distracted, and what is the change? A guy arrived at the cell who they had also caught on the street for drinking alcohol. Around 12 at night on Sunday, that is at midnight, the judge called me and asked me what I had thought about giving him the cell phone. I told him that the truth was the only thing I could do, was that he let me out, and I would return the next day to pay him with work. I offered to do computer work, fix, format any computer he wanted, but please let me out, because no one was going to come for me. He laughed and told me he was going to let me go free, trusting my word. He also told me I wasn't going to return the next day, but I promised him I would return, that if he wanted, I would leave my school credentials and my national identification. He told me it wasn't necessary, and that he was going to trust my word. The judge told the police to return my belt, my shoelaces, and the other things I had. I remember that when the police returned my fanny pack, he told me I still had marijuana there, that from there I could still make another marijuana joint. The police are ironic and laugh at you, but the truth is, I thought he was right, because when I got to my parents' house, I wanted to smoke marijuana to get through that bad time. I left on Sunday in the early morning, crossed the street to go to a store to top up my phone, as I only had 50 pesos. I remember they didn't have phone top-ups, and when I crossed again towards the entrance of the police station in the cells, I saw my father coming out. He saw me and told me my godfather had called him. He told me my mother was very angry, and that when I got home I should stay calm because my mother was going to be very angry. The only thing I told my father was that if my mother wanted to kick me out of the house, I wasn't going to leave this time, because it was no longer a big deal that my mother wanted to kick me out of the house all the time, and that that wasn't the solution. I told my father I was going to clean up for marijuana and join the army, or look for a job, because we already knew my mother was going to try to manipulate me and take away the economic support to pay for my university. To cut a long story short, when I got home, my mother scolded me, took away the cell phone she had bought me, and told me to leave the house. I told her I wasn't going to leave the house because the house wasn't in her name. It was in my father's name, and she wasn't in charge there, that she wasn't going to decide about my life this time. So my mother at that point tried to manipulate my father, but my father wasn't getting along with her at that time and took my side. Seeing that my mother couldn't manipulate either my father or me, she decided to leave the house, saying she couldn't live with a drug addict, allowing me to continue using drugs. She was pissed off that this time her manipulation plan hadn't worked. I remember she left to live with my sister at the house of my 50-year-old pedophile half-brother, the principal of a school who rapes girls from 13 to 15 years old in the middle school where he still works. That is, my mother tolerated my half-brother's pedophilia, but didn't tolerate me smoking a little weed and having a 9.8 GPA in university. In other words, My mother is a dual person to this day, totally hypocritical, a woman without ethics who only likes to manipulate and control. But when you don't let her manipulate or control you with guilt or shame, she doesn't know what to do and throws a tantrum like any mature woman who never matures and thinks that with a tantrum everyone will do as she says. So since my mother was the one who gave me money to pay for the engineering school tuition, and it was a private school, she stopped supporting me and told me she wasn't going to give me money and that she didn't care if I lost the school. When she left the house, I felt a great peace, not only me, but also my father. He told me I could stay in the house, but that I shouldn't use drugs and that I had to look for a job. My godfather told me to get a job too and see if I could pay for school myself. But the truth is that with the jobs I could get with my academic studies up to that point, I couldn't continue to afford the university tuition and had to leave the university. I only returned to the university to attend the last days of that semester and told my friends what had happened and that I was going to have to pause school. They told me it was bullshit because I had the best GPA of all. They told me it was unfair for Casey and Street, my mother, to be such a bitch. That's when I realized that not only I saw my mother as a bitch for her actions, but also all the people outside the family. That made me very angry, and I resented my mother, the daughter of a bitch. I felt that once again she was hindering my path, because even though I smoked marijuana, I had almost a 10 GPA in university. I think I had already told you this, but before entering the last annex, when I wanted to change from the first career I had, architecture, to engineering, she told me no. But at that time, I didn't have the guts to rebel against my bitch of a mother. On that occasion, the university was free. And on this occasion, even though I wanted to move forward, I couldn't because I couldn't afford the tuition fees for the career in a private university. I make a parenthesis here because I forgot to tell you that between the first annex and the second annex, I was dating a real slut who had already been fucked by several of my cousins. Her mother was a friend of my aunt, and her mother was also fucking one of my uncles. It was an open secret. To cut a long story short, it was my cousin's 15th birthday, and I was a chamberlain, so I had to travel to another state of the Republic where my uncles lived. Yeah, that's where I met this little slut. One day, this little slut gave me a blowjob in the same room where my cousin, the little fucker, slept. Later, she would give me oral sex. Oral sex. The bitch loved to suck dick like a real dog. She liked it when I came in her mouth and even gargled with my semen and then swallowed it. It was very exciting. She knew how to please a man, typical of a slut. The next day my aunt told the whole family what we had done, and my mother and sister were very angry because, besides that, at my cousin's 15th birthday party, I danced with this slut, and everyone knew I was with her. My mother and sister got very angry and told me how it was possible that I was without her, that she was very ugly, and that I should stay away from her. But I didn't give a fuck and continued to fuck her and make her suck me off. The point is that several times we fucked at her house with a condom, but there was one occasion where I put my dick in her without a condom and came inside her. She lived in another state of the country, and I remember I returned to my parents' house, and about 2 weeks passed. She said she wanted to marry me, but I only used her because I wanted a place to put my penis. It turns out that one day she told me she hadn't gotten her period, and I told her she had to abort because I didn't have any job or way to support a child. She told me it didn't matter because her father could get me a job as an engineer in one of the best telecommunications companies. It terrified me that she might have a child of mine. I never told anyone about this, But 2 weeks later, she lost the baby, and I waited another week to end the relationship by message. I already saved myself and didn't want to go through that again. When a woman clings, she clings, and you can't get her out of there. At that time, my half-brother, the pedophile, contacted a person who supposedly had powers. It was a married couple who contacted angels. The woman had photos where you could see some angel-like light wings coming out of her shoulder. Blades stalked her. I saw her. Blades. It looked very real. Besides, my parents went to their house and saw that the woman's eyes were shining. Her husband was a chubby man who, when he came to my parents' house, saw me and told me that my aura looked like a greenish snot, and that it was because I smoked marijuana. He told me he could cleanse my aura, but I had to stop smoking marijuana. He practiced Reiki therapy, and the way he did the therapy was by standing in front of me, and he put his hands at the height of his navel with his palms down, and I put my hands below his, looking at his palms. Only I felt how the heat between the hands was growing, and I felt how his energy in the form of growing heat passed into my body through the hands. I even felt that I started to sway because his energy was very strong. He told me it was normal because his energy was very high. He was a big, tall, fat man. He looked like a bear, white-skinned. Supposedly he was from another world or planet, where, in his past life, he had been a bear-like creature, but from space. I know what I just said sounds super far-fetched, but it was what he and my half-brother said. So when the therapy ended, which, by the way, was not free since it cost 500 units of the national currency per person, I felt without withdrawal syndrome and without the hangover effects that marijuana leaves. Every time I saw him, he guessed that I had smoked marijuana the day before, because my aura looked mixed with colors and looked like a greenish-grey snot. The last time I saw him, he told me that I was about to have a child, but that the girl had lost the baby. At that moment I was surprised, because neither the girl nor I had told anyone. Technically, it was impossible for him to have that information, but that's when I realized that he could indeed see through my soul, my spirit, or my mind. I don't know, but those paranormal things that we can't explain do exist. The point is that we stopped seeing this man because he wanted to fuck my sister. He invited her out, and my sister no longer trusted him. Anyway, I had to tell you this so that nothing escapes from my life story. I want to tell everything before dying, returning to what happened after the cells. So, at that moment, what I decided was to join the army. At that time, a call came out for us to be able to get our military ID while being interned with it, the soldiers in a battalion. Upon leaving there was a possibility that we could get a place within the army. Obviously, they didn't allow drug addicts, and even though I knew they could expel me if they gave me an anti-doping test, I went ahead. What? My father told me that he didn't want to see me smoking marijuana anywhere, but the truth is that I smoked marijuana inside the house because on the street the police passed by all the time, or in the park where I smoked marijuana. Several times the police had tried to catch me. I remember that even on one occasion, a police officer with a shotgun chased me and told me to stop. But I didn't listen to him and ran away. I remember I was with my Doberman dog, and he ran with me, and they didn't catch us. At that time, I was in great shape. I did parallel bars and ran for about 2 hours daily. I was in super tough condition because I was preparing to enter the army. I remember that I gave that little dog marijuana to smoke. Would take a hit from the marijuana joint, open the dog's mouth, and blow all the smoke into his mouth and snout, then close his snout until the dog passed the smoke, and let out a little smoke through his nose. It was very funny to see how the dog got high. The little dog would run like crazy, and since I took him with the gang I smoked marijuana with, everyone already loved him. They called him by his name and hugged him. I remember that a friend hugged him a lot, and on one occasion, when he was inhaling solvents or PVC, he told the dog that they had run together through the clouds. On that occasion, we laughed at the hallucination our friend had had, but the truth is, even though we all used drugs, we respected and took care of each other. I remember that my friends, with whom I smoked marijuana in the park, once prevented some thieving assholes from robbing me. That time, I was wearing some headphones and walking with the Doberman dog on a path in the park. I was walking towards, and yet do I see here, the tree where my friends were smoking weed, and suddenly I saw two other guys coming toward me to rob me. But before they reached me, my friends, the marijuana smokers, started shouting at me as a greeting, and so that the damn thieves would know that they were now in the middle of us. Then I immediately saw how the thieves made signs with their eyes and aborted the mission, and they didn't rob me. So I arrived with my friends and greeted them, and they told me they had saved me because they saw how the other assholes wanted to rob me. I thank my friends very much, and the truth is that, to this day, I carry them in my heart because they are respectable people. One of those friends has already died. To cut a long story short, he got together with a girl who sold crack in the neighborhood. The yard, the sterile all that they stayed and trapped and her seers, a Sidney sport their rhymes. That girl had already been in the heaviest penitentiary in the city where I grew up several times. The girl was already tough and didn't give a damn about anything. The point is that my son I wanted today, then that sterile I don't understand. Friend and the girl started selling crack. The problem was that my friend was killed, shot, and the girl is still alive. She's still there, partying and living a crazy life on drugs. For a while, I wanted to resent that girl, but it was also my friend's decision to start selling crack in the neighborhood. And you know you can't compete in the drug business because there are others who are also selling drugs and don't want to lose their customers. It was funny because once, when my friend was still alive, he and the girl came to look for me at home, and my mother opened the door for them. Later, my mom told me that a very ugly couple came looking for me, and I told my mother that, as thugs as they looked, one of them, in fact, both, protected me from being robbed by some thieves in the park.hall. My mother just remained silent, and I told my mom that we shouldn't judge people by their appearance, as people also have good parts, even if they are drug addicts or alcoholics. Because this girl who was with my friend once also saved me when a guy wanted to shake me down for money. She started kicking him on the sidewalk and told him to back off with her friend, meaning me, because she was with me and she was going to defend me. No woman had ever defended me on the street, and that made me respect her a lot. That girl even lent me marijuana so I could pay her back later. And I always paid her back everything she lent me, and that's why she knew I was a stand-up guy who kept his word, because she also knew a neighbor from my block who owed money to the whole neighborhood, and she thought I was the same, but when I paid her back what she lent me months later, she realized that I did pay my debts. That made me earn their respect. Anyway, there were also several, and I didn't teach out chase experiences there, but I think these are the most important ones. Returning to the army. The point was that I started to take all the necessary papers to enter the army, and they accepted me. Arrived there in March, apparently. There has been a pattern in the internments I have had. Almost all of them start in March. I don't know what it's due to, but that's where I was. I also remember, with the army, somewhat macabre or strange things happened. I remember one day when we were about to enter, I was walking along the road that led to the entrance of the military camp. I was looking at the ground, and suddenly I noticed there were many bloodstains following the same path I was on. I remember we arrived with the sergeant. I didn't tell anyone what I had seen, but suddenly a sergeant arrived and started whispering something to the other sergeant. I managed to hear something like they had a guy locked up inside and were interrogating him, and it seemed he had started to talk. Oh, couldn't take it anymore. I don't remember very well what the other sergeant, who was recruiting us, responded, but he said something and the other guy ran off. It's worth mentioning that in that same era, several people had disappeared in a very sinister way. I can't say more or be more specific, because it's a crime that hasn't been solved yet. And if I say everything, they might make me disappear. But people already know what event I'm referring to. The sergeant told us he didn't want drug addicts there, and that they were going to give us an anti-doping test. I prayed to God for the anti-doping test to come out negative, because I knew I had less than 3 months since I had consumed marijuana, and the probabilities of not being accepted because the anti-doping test would come out positive were very high. I don't remember if it was before or after the army, but I had already tried to go to another state in the country where I live. Once at the metro station, I saw they were recruiting to be part of a militarized police force that was going to fight on the country's border. It is one of the most dangerous areas of the country where I lived, and it was to fight against drug trafficking. I remember the recruiter was homosexual, because that time I didn't have my papers with me, but I saw that another guy did have them, and I saw the recruiter take him away, hugging his shoulder. Immediately I thought he was going to ask for his ass in a hotel from the kid. It was sad to see how the recruiter was going to rape him, and perhaps the guy was already of legal age, but he looked like he was of indigenous descent. Most likely, he did accept having sexual relations with the recruiter to earn a place in that militarized police. Unfortunately, that day I didn't have all the necessary papers for the recruitment, but the recruiter told me that he would also be there the next day, and that I could bring them. I remember that I saw that recruitment as a lifeline, just like the army, to have a place to live and where they would pay me money, and never again ask anything from my bitch of a mother, and let her subjugate, humiliate, and control me. It's something I never tolerated from my mother's shit, who was always a bitch to me, and who, even though she had given me good things, had also given me many bad things. I, bound too, could never stand the abuse of power from her. The next day I went with all the necessary papers for the recruitment, but it turns out the recruiter wasn't there. At that moment I complained to God, because none of my plans were working out. I told God why he didn't help me. The truth is that now that I see it, I feel that recruiter wasn't from an official militarized police force of the country. I remember that I told my godfather that nothing was going well for me, and the truth is he told me he didn't want me to go to the border because maybe I would die there. I told him that nothing mattered to me anymore, that the only thing I wanted was to die, or if I didn't die, to live peacefully without anyone from my family bothering me. I think that perhaps the recruiter from the metro station was really a recruiter for drug trafficking groups looking for gullible people to enlist in the ranks of one of those groups. Obviously, at this point, you already know which country I am talking about, but I don't name it to avoid any problems, both with the government and with these organized crime groups. At the end of the day, I don't know anything about them, nor do they know anything about me, and I prefer to keep it that way. Even so, what I have always sought in life and still do today is to die, But I see that God continues to keep me alive, perhaps to share my experiences with you, and perhaps at the moment I finish telling my experiences, maybe at that moment death will come to me. Because to this day, even though today I am not consuming drugs or alcohol, my life continues to be a mess full of problems. Currently, I am going through a difficult situation. I was unjustly fired from my job, and I am looking for new ways to generate income legally. I'm current I stand see that it's still classic what I deal out day three. Don't tell you this so you have compassion for me or feel sorry for me, nor to ask you for money. At the end of the day, I sent this story completely anonymously from a non-existent email account. Those who know about it know that from the Kali Linux operating system, emails can be sent from ghost emails to official emails, so no one knows who you are. It's like making a call from a public phone. No one will ever know who you are. That's why the names and surnames or nicknames I use are totally fictitious. Even though my story is totally true. This story is anonymous, totally anonymous, and no one knows who I am. That's why I wanted to enlist in any of those militarized police groups, so they would kill me there and end my suffering. But to this day, God has another decision about my life, and He is the one in command. I am just a soldier of God who comes to resist all the good and all the bad that God wants me to live in this life. Returning to the army, for me, it was a dream come true to see myself in front of a mirror with the military uniform. I wanted to take a photo, but the sergeants told us we couldn't take photos because we were so stupid that we would upload them to Facebook or any social network. And from there, they would kill us or recruit us into the drug trafficking groups. All the companions with whom I was there inside took photos, but I didn't want to. Sometimes I regret not having taken a photo with the uniform. But at the end of the day, those experiences and all the ones I have told you live in my mind, in my memory, soul, and I think that's okay. It made me laugh a lot because there inside, the guys you saw as the most manly carried a stuffed animal to sleep, hugging it at night, and not miss their girlfriend or wife they had left outside. I don't understand how such weak guys joined the army and couldn't even stand being separated from their women. At night, you would see how they hugged the stuffed animals and started to cry. They were pathetic. I had also left a girl who I had slept with a few times at my parents' house. She was a nurse. I had known her since high school, and although she was a bit chubby, I liked her a lot because she looked like a porn actress. I held in there and sound. God knew it. The truth is, I slept with her several times and made love to her like a real man does. I am a man who attends to the woman first and makes her come several times until she wets the mattress. It gives me pleasure to see them finish first before me, and then I do it. I am a person who, when making love, gives himself completely. I consider myself a very loving and romantic person. And the nurse told me not to join the army, but I had no other choice. I was afraid that my father would also get tired of me and forcibly kick me out of the house. I felt that by putting myself in the position of not leaving the house, because I didn't want to go back to the street, my mother realized that she no longer had control over me and left the house. And that was good, because honestly, I was already fed up with my mother and also with my sister, who is also a bitch. In the army, there is a discipline that I liked a lot. They would line us up at 5 in the morning for roll call, and you already had to have your boots polished, your uniform impeccable, without a single unbuttoned button. Because if you had any fault in your uniform or in your cleanliness, or if your bed was poorly made, they would punish you, make you do a lot of squats or a lot of push-ups. And if you couldn't take it, they wouldn't start kicking your stomach. They would also hit you in the belly if you didn't march correctly, or they would give you blows to the neck, the famous Chiricahuazas. Since I went with the mentality of, Leo would see you sad. Being a soldier, I didn't care if they hit me, or the discharge them out of it. That made me have more discipline. They also gave us ethics classes, and if you fell asleep in any class, they would punish you, either by making you do the chores of all the dormitories or the area where they wanted to punish you. I liked marching in uniform, and I remember that on one occasion they made us do push-ups with our fists on the roadway where we marched, but that roadway was already all scratched by the boots of so many people marching all day, and the stones of that roadway were already sharpened. They looked like knives. I mean, that if you touched them and scratched your hand, they would cut you. Well, there they made us do push-ups with our fists. It was very good discipline. I liked it a lot. Many others started to leave because they couldn't take the discipline. They gave us food 3 times a day. The ration they gave us wasn't much. That helped me lose fat, and even though they told me I was fat, there I started to get more defined, especially my shoulders and chest. I also remember that when something was lost, everyone had to take their things out of their lockers to see who the thief was, but magically, the thief. Things appeared, haha. It was nice to be there inside. Perhaps it was something sad to know that your life no longer belongs to you. But I didn't have a life outside. I had nothing to do outside, and honestly, I wanted to die there in a shootout. But God had other plans for me. I was there for about 3 or 4 months. I remember that on one occasion, the sergeant who was training us hit me in the mouth of the stomach because I had made a mistake while marching, and told me to stand at attention. "Fucking fatso," he said, and hit me. Not very hard, but enough to knock the wind out of you. That didn't matter to me because I felt that it made me more of a man. It made me tougher. Most of the food they gave us was bread, rolls, tortillas, beans, rice, chilaquiles, chicken, sometimes beef. It was very rare for them to give us beef, a fried egg, and for dessert they gave us gelatin. They also gave us flavored water and coffee in the mornings. When the rat started first, breakfast was at 6 in the morning, lunch was at 2 in the afternoon, and dinner was at 6 in the evening, and you couldn't eat any more. That made many of us who were a bit overweight lose fat. But the cursed day arrived, the day when they thought we had to do the anti-doping test, and unfortunately, I tested positive, me and another guy for marijuana. From there, they took away our uniforms, and we had to wait for other soldiers to come to take us to another military camp, and from there release us to return to our homes. I remember that I also had fights with another guy because he wanted to boss us around, and that guy wasn't even a tulid soldier. That guy was a deserter who had wanted to leave. The point is that we told him to fuck off, and the fucking shitty kid backed down. There will always be someone who wants to take advantage of, let's say, you, but if you don't let them and stand up to them, people will back down from their bullshit. So that's how it happened, with a lot of shame, or rather, as I was embarrassed and felt that I had failed again, obviously. I was ashamed when they named the 2 marijuana users who had tested positive, and the army doctors and sergeant colonels. Well, they looked at us disdainfully. Then he told me that that I should have bribed the soldiers, but the truth is that I didn't want to talk. When they took the urine sample for a moment, the sergeants were distracted, and I was able to ask a guy next to me to urinate for me, but I didn't want to do it. I think it was because I had become disillusioned with the army. Even a guy told me that he would have asked him to urinate in my sample. But the thing is that inside you realize that just because you're there doesn't mean you have a secured place in the army. I mean that many guys, most of them didn't get a vacancy within the army, and they only hired you to be a custodian of valuables. from those armoured trucks that carry money from one place to another, and that are often robbed, and they are also in constant danger of dying. Besides, the now don't out. Salary isn't very good. From there, I only knew one guy who did manage to enter the army, but they sent him near the desert at the border with a very low salary. And the truth is that it wasn't worth it. I feel that was the reason why I really didn't want to bribe the soldiers, because I could have done it. I had 2 cell phones with me, and I could have given them as a bribe so that in the fear anti-doping test, they would put that I had tested negative. The other thing is that the anti-doping test had been applied by the military nurses and doctors, so it was difficult to bribe them all. I don't know. Why, right, or what story we had to do it. Think that even if I had stopped using drugs 3 months before, I still would have tested positive in the marijuana anti-doping test, because my body stores a lot of fat, and marijuana is stored in it, the body's fat deposits, so I think it was never my destiny to be a soldier. I think God knew that I already wanted to die, and didn't let me get away with it. I returned, disappointed, to my father's house, feeling that I had failed again, and now, yes, I had to get a job with a low salary. The barracks were about 3 hours away from my father's house, and when my father opened the door, he asked me what I was doing there, and I told him that I had been expelled because I had tested positive in the drug anti-doping test. He grabbed me by the shoulders and told me that I looked more defined in the shoulders, and he told me to look for a job and try not to use drugs. I felt that my life was slipping through my hands because I had lost everything again. My friends from the university asked me how it had gone in the army. I remembered that I only sent them a photo with my military cap, and they were a bit doubtful if it was true that I had been in the army. At that moment, I had to return to work at the call center where I'd worked when I lived at my friend's house, and yes, they really let me return, but there was no one there with whom I had been. I went to look for the nymphomaniac, girl Sarai, to finally sleep with her. But it turns out that there was no one there, not even the guy who had gotten me the job and was from the university. I worked there for a short time, but the environment was already totally boring. There was no longer any chaos, and at that moment I had to seek my mother's help again to pay for my school. I remember that my mother agreed to pay for my school again, but only if I didn't use drugs again, and that's how it was. I returned to school to resume the studies I had left, and when I returned, everyone looked at me incredulously because I wasn't already in good shape and had a good physique. There started to be a lot of envy, especially from a classmate who started to bother and humiliate me. To cut a long story short, I gave him a beating at the university. I beat him up because we started to exchange words, and it turns out that on Facebook I had posted something related to the other group we had problems with because the engineering classroom was divided into 2 groups, the lazy ones who only asked for homework and us who studied and did well. I had added on Facebook the gossip sister of one of the guys from the other group. She told her brother, and the rumors started. At that moment, I also looked for the godmother of the thong from the last annex where I had been, and it turns out that she let me in, and I started sleeping with her. I took her to my parents' house and slept with her there. My mother caught us several times having sex in the kitchen, in the room, and in the living room. The truth is, she was a very toxic woman, but it excited me a lot that she was a godmother of the group and that I was sleeping with her. I remember that sometimes, when she was on all fours, I would tell her how long I had wanted to have her like that, a godmother on all fours, to put my whole dick in her. And she would tell me to shut up, that she didn't like me calling her a godmother, but she never told me to take my penis out. Besides, it excited me more, and I would put her buttocks in. And the truth is that despite being a very toxic woman and very screwed up in her mind, She sucked my dick so well that I felt she was going to tear it off, because she sucked the head of the penis so well that it even hurt sometimes. It was like pleasure and pain at the same time, and she was an authentic whore in bed, but she was one very toxic and very manipulative. You know how women are. In that interim, I remember that I returned to the annex again, but only for a visit, and I reunited with the first of the annex, who was still doing the. It's worth mentioning that in the time I left the annex, the first of the annex spoke badly about me on the podium. He said that I had even stolen the money from the seventh tradition. I so wished the worst for me. All of that was told to me by my godfather, who still had contact with a godfather from in there. The idiot from the first of the annex had to leave the open high school, because besides not having passed the exam, there was no one left to take charge of the annex, so he had to be semi-locked up, let's say, unable to leave the annex alone. So he hated me. I remember he saw me on the street and asked me if it was really me, and I told him yes. He invited me to enter the annex, but he wanted me to stay for the stellar meeting that started at 6 in the evening. I only knew it. As all did shouting, "It's Shabby! That I don't go." Told him no, because everyone was going to give me a hard time from the podium, and even asked me to stay seated in front for several weeks, or even a month. So I told him I couldn't, and that I wasn't going to do it. He wanted to destroy me and see how everyone would give me a hard time and wish the worst for me for sleeping with the godmother and for having escaped from the annex. But I knew that I hadn't disrespected the group, because I no longer went to the group. That is, I no longer went to the meetings. Fulfilling that condition, there is no problem with you sleeping with a godmother from there or with a godfather, because they are no longer companions. The truth is that I continued smoking marijuana, even though I had promised my mom that I wouldn't smoke anymore. I continued smoking marijuana, and the godmother also knew that I continued smoking marijuana, but she didn't care either. So the truth is, it was a very toxic relationship for 3 months. But for sex, one goes and does stupid things. I remember that time we left the annex, and I didn't stay for the Stellar meeting at 6 in the evening. The first of the annex asked me why I had escaped from the annex. I said, I don't. And she said, and suddenly and chill and scared. He wanted me to tell him that I had escaped because I couldn't stand him anymore. But I told him that I escaped from the annex because I no longer wanted to be there, that I no longer wanted to be annexed, that I was already tired of being there. Also, because of this godmother from the annex, I took many risks, because sometimes in the early morning I would walk from my house to her house, and the Doberman would wait for me like a faithful dog outside the godmother's house. He would go cold and hungry while I was sleeping with the godmother. I was an asshole to that dog. I think I deserve to pay for it. When I remember him, I start to cry. The truth is, it was a super unsafe area where there were frequent robberies, and even once, 3 dogs wanted to bite me. But since I went with my Doberman dog, who accompanied me everywhere, he put his body in front of mine to defend me from the 3 dogs. None of the 3 dogs dared to fight or bite us, and that's where I realized what a true friend really was. I think that little dog has already died because my dad threw him out on the street because he didn't have money to feed him. My father has thrown animals out on the street several times when he no longer wants to take responsibility for them. But the Doberman puppy will always live in my heart. I remember that the godmother's relative was just as toxic and self-interested as she was. They lived in poverty. There were many cockroaches in her house. It disgusted me to be fucking in her house, but my horniness was stronger. On one occasion, I invited her relative to my father's house, and they were surprised because they said my house was very nice. The truth is, I only did it because I had ended the relationship with this woman, because one of my cousins stayed a few days at my house, and since the godmother had heard that I had had sexual experiences with my cousin, she told me she was jealous that my cousin was staying at my house. I told her that my cousin was worth more to me than she was. And the truth is, I wanted to fuck my cousin. Since I was a child, I felt a lot of sexual attraction towards her. In fact, with her was the one I kissed on the stairs of my grandmother's house when we were 3 years old. So we separated for about a month. I took my cousin to some bars, to some neighborhoods, to buy drugs, to smoke marijuana, and my cousin was fascinated. Like all women, she was the same. Women get very excited by having strong emotions, putting themselves in danger, but at the same time feeling protected. My cousin told me not to go back with my ex-girlfriend, who was the godmother of the annex, because she was very toxic and only wanted to manipulate me with her WhatsApp statuses. But at the same time, when I wanted to kiss my cousin in the house of the friend where I had lived a month before, being annexed in the second annex, my cousin didn't let me kiss her. She rejected me, and despite that, she told me to go to her house for a few days, which was in another state of the country. I went with her, and since I was left horny, I stayed at my cousin's house, the faggot. One night we started watching porn, and I got a hard-on, and told him to suck my dick. He immediately started sucking my dick. Wonder why till he had a start. He wanted us to kiss, and for me to grab his penis, but I didn't like that. I only wanted him to suck my dick because since I was in good shape and athletic, my cousin got very excited by that. So he started sucking it, and asked me why I wasn't coming, that I lasted a long time, that he had never known anyone who could last so long while having his dick sucked. He sucked it while I was lying down and also while I was standing up until I came on his face. I remember how my semen smeared all over his face like a mask, and he gargled and got my semen all over his teeth. The truth is, it did excite me to dominate him, to see how the faggot enjoyed sucking my dick and obeyed everything I asked him to do. He proposed to penetrate me, but I didn't let him. I told him I would only let him suck my dick. I imagine that's why in the Bible, homosexual acts are called sodomy, submission, punishment. I don't know. Anyway, my cousin wanted to suck my dick all the time, but that occasion didn't happen again. Later, I returned to my hometown, and there I went to look for the godmother of the second annex again, and although she loosened her ass again, I told her to fuck off again. The bitch had left several thongs in my room, so I would miss her ass and manipulate me, but I no longer allowed it. One day, she went with her brother for her clothes. I gave them back to her, and from there, about a year passed, and I went to look for her again, when I already had a job. To cut a long story short, I fucked her again in a hotel, but the godmother wanted to ask me for money. She wanted me to buy her a dress, and seeing that I wasn't going to buy her anything, she left the hotel room. She thought I was going to get on my knees to beg her not to leave, but instead I ordered an orange juice, watched TV for a while, and then left. So in the middle of all that mess of mixed emotions, it was when I beat up the university classmate. I remember that the godmother I was with was a thief, because she herself had stolen a cell phone that my mom had given me. The cell phone I'm talking about is the same one I had when the police caught me smoking marijuana on the street and put me in the cells. The godmother stole it from me the same day we had our first date. Besides, my mother told me that the godmother had stolen several pieces of jewelry, chains and gold rings from the house when I took the godmother to the house to fuck her. I didn't know if it was true or a lie, but the only thing I wanted was to keep fucking. Everyone had told me not to fuck that godmother because she had the human papillomavirus, and honestly, I didn't care. I felt that my godfather was envious that I was fucking her, although I also remember that in the second annex, a godfather had told me that the godmother had a rotten pussy. And even so, all the sexual relations I had with the godmother were without a condom. She couldn't get pregnant because she had an intrauterine device, the famous UD. But she was really a whore because she was with several guys, and I had to put up with that to keep fucking her. I remember that one time was the most humiliating because we arrived at her house, and a supposed friend of hers arrived, and she got into his car and asked me if I wanted to go. I said yes, and I had to put up with seeing them hugging, and there I felt like the most humiliated man in the world, because inside I said, how is it possible that you put up with all this just to have somewhere to put your dick? Besides, instead of sitting in the back with me, she sat as a co-pilot, and they were holding hands, and I felt like a clown, a poor idiot. So, in all this soup of emotions, it was when I beat up the university guy. I remember that day I arrived, and I always smoked marijuana in the university bathrooms. So that day I did the same. It's worth mentioning that the group's godmother stole my cell phone on Friday, and that same Friday the university guy started talking badly about me in a WhatsApp group we had where all the men in the classroom were. He started saying that I didn't have balls, and that I was just a talker who only posted indirect messages on Facebook. The engineering group in the classroom ended up dividing because one day we were doing ethical hacking practices, and there were two ways to break a Wi-Fi password. One was using a dictionary, trying many passwords. This attack is called a brute force attack. Another attack is called man in the middle, because in this last attack, the hacker's device disconnects another device from the router, whether it's a laptop or a mobile phone. When the device tries to connect again, the hacker's device intervenes and captures the password sent to the router. In this way, it obtains the password without having to spend so much time doing a brute force attack with a dictionary. So, since there were already two groups in the classroom, one group was all the lazy ones who only asked for homework and were parasites of the other group. In the other group, there was me and other guys, the most dedicated in the classroom. No. And since we, the intelligent and dedicated ones in the classroom, were already tired of them asking us for homework and projects, we started to deny the lazy ones, passing them the homework and helping them with exams and practices. It turns out that the group of intelligent ones managed to hack the router's password using the man in the middle attack. And the lazy ones in the classroom managed to hack the router's password using the brute force attack. After that, when the class ended, I said out loud that the brute force attack was for the brutes. So the lazy ones felt humiliated and were left burning. There had already been several occasions where we threw very direct indirects in the classroom. The ground was already hot, and I was not willing to let anyone mess with me. Imagine, I had already been in a clinic, 2 annexes, and was coming out of the army. I was already tough, already hardened from having been locked up with thieves, murderers, killers, rapists, pure ex-convicts, ex-military, military, and well, when someone goes through something like that, you no longer fear fighting. You don't give a damn about anything. And so the godmother of the annex stole my phone the same Friday when I said brutes to the lazy ones in the classroom. So that same Friday, I published a meme on Facebook related to what had happened in the engineering classroom, and implying that the brutes were bothering us. But on my Facebook account, I had added a sister of a guy from the group of the lazy ones in the classroom, and the very Gossipy bitch went and gossiped to her brother, and her brother told all the other lazy ones. So the supposed leader of the lazy ones started saying in the WhatsApp group, where both the intelligent and the lazy ones of the classroom were, that I didn't have the balls to tell them to their faces that they were brutes. That is, the kid started to show off and talk big like an idiot. Obviously, I didn't find out about any of this because I no longer had a cell phone. The godmother of the annex had already stolen it on the first date we had. But my friends, when I arrived home in the afternoon, told me through the Facebook Messenger app that this guy had spoken badly about me and sent me screenshots. I told them that I was going to confront him on Monday when I arrived at the university. Friends told me not to pay attention to him, not to fall for provocations. But the truth is, I already had another mentality from having been, well, imagine, in a rehabilitation clinic, in 2 annexes, in the army and in the cells. I already had a mentality of not giving a damn, and honestly, I wasn't going to let anyone speak badly about me. By then, I was still doing calisthenics and parallel bars. I already had considerable strength in my shoulders and chest. Boxers know that if you have good strength in your shoulders and chest, you are dangerous when it comes to throwing punches. So that weekend I started running and training, shadow boxing. Besides, I had gone to boxing for more than a year when I was in elementary school, so what is well learned is never forgotten. And that's how the whole weekend went. I trained. Apart from that, I continued doing push-ups, and that gives you a lot of strength in your shoulders. I also had hard fists, because sometimes I did push-ups with my fists, and I was well built and agile. So that day, I arrived, smoked marijuana in the bathrooms as I always did, and in the first class, which was about calculus or differential equations, something like that. Suddenly this talker arrives, and I acted normally, and I thought of going to the bathroom, and when I returned without thinking, I told the teacher, who was an engineer, that another engineer was asking him to please go to the computer lab. So the teacher left, and at that moment I went to the door and locked it with the latch from the inside. I took off my jacket and started shouting at the other idiot in the classroom, asking if he had a lot of balls, and that what he had written in the WhatsApp group he should tell me to my face. He, perhaps, didn't believe that I was going to beat him up and told me to calm down and that we should wait outside the school. The coward wanted us to wait until the classes ended, to fight at the exit, to put on a show. He was a poor narcissist who, if he didn't have the attention of others, felt like he didn't exist. A classic child ignored since childhood, who is never satisfied with his existence and has to humiliate others. But with me he had hit a wall. With me his streak had ended. I told him no and to stand up from the chair to fight. Since he didn't want to stand up, I started beating him up while he was sitting, started giving him some punches. But you know the 6 basic boxing punches, 2 straights, then 2 low hooks, and 2 side hooks. I just saw how his head bounced off the wall. Thud, 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 and I kept repeating the dose. Thud, 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 thud. You could only hear how his head bounced off the wall, and I didn't give a damn. I was already enraged, already very hot and very angry. I wanted to kill him, so none of his friends interfered to separate us or hit me. My friends already knew what I was going to do, but they didn't interfere either. They let us fight, just the 2 of us. I remember how everyone was scared and moved to the side because they saw that I was very enraged. The truth is, I let out all my stress there with each blow I gave him, and I told him not to act so tough, not to act so big, So in that struggle, We fell over the chairs, and at that moment I ended up below and he ended up on top and started hitting me in the face. Thud, 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 thud. It would be lying to you if I told you that I came out clean and that I knocked him out. No, 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 no. He also gave me several blows, but I didn't feel like they hurt. It was as if I only felt like he was pushing my face, but his blows didn't hurt me. He didn't have the strength I had and couldn't knock me down. He didn't even swell my face or leave a single bruise, ha. He hit like a girl. It was funny because I saw how everyone was scared and moved to the sides and stood up. The classroom was still locked from the inside, and at that moment the teacher returned with the other engineer and said to open the door. So my friends opened the door, and the teacher and the engineer looked at us. I remember how the other engineer was pale. He was very scared. And at one moment everyone was stunned, watching how we were fighting. And the teacher, the engineer, who was giving us the class, told everyone to separate us. So, at that moment, they separated us, and I kept shouting at him, "Come on, let's keep fighting. Let's beat each other up." And the coward was very scared. He didn't believe that he had been given a beating, and complained that I had hit him there, that I hadn't waited for him. That is, the guy was hurt that I had humiliated him in front of everyone. But that's how it had to be. The guy is, and continues to be, a spineless coward who only likes to talk. And when he saw that I gave him a beating, he saw that the situation was serious. Besides, he thought that I hadn't been in the army. He had always doubted that I had been in the army. But I proved to him who he was messing with, and proved to everyone who had the biggest balls. So at that moment they took us out of the school, and I remember that I went down to smoke a cigarette at the entrance of the university and found this guy outside smoking. I told him that if he wanted, we could go to a little park and continue fighting. And he gave me to understand as if yes, but at the same time he got scared and told me to calm down and didn't want to continue the fight. So I told him the truth is, I fucked you up, dude, because you were talking bad about me in the group, dude, so it had to be this way. And what hurt the guy the most was that I humiliated him in front of everyone in the classroom. I think it's something that the guy could never and will never overcome. And to this day, he remembers that he should respect people. That's what I taught that guy. Later, he tried to turn it around, saying that the other guys in the classroom had supposedly manipulated us, but I didn't believe anything. He was and continues to be a cowardly and talkative guy. He told me that he hadn't wanted to hit me in the face because I had glasses and didn't want to hurt me, but it was a lie because he had hit me in the face. But since he hit like a girl, he didn't even leave a minimal scratch. He didn't have strength because he didn't do any exercise. He was an alcoholic and only spent his time drinking alcohol and smoking cigarettes. Nothing to do with me because even though I smoked marijuana, I did exercise. Later, we went up to talk to the director, and the director told us not to fight again because otherwise he would expel us. The engineer from the class told us that he was going to lower our grade, even if we got a 10 targeted a notch. From that moment on, the whole classroom was silent, and that's how it was for the time I was still there. My friends congratulated me because they told me that I had done well and had boxed him, that if they ever had to fight, they knew who to turn to. Ha ha, ha. Everyone saw me with respect and fear at the university. They saw me as someone violent who demanded respect. And the truth is, I liked that feeling of feeling like the tough guy at the university. You know, one cylinder out of the accent, shot charged the states away. The truth is, I must admit that it boosted my ego, and from then on, everyone respected me and made jokes that I wasn't going to hit them. The teacher also talked to us and told us that he used to be the same, that he would fight wherever he went, but that it was very dangerous, because if you killed the other person or they killed you, you would end up in jail. And the truth is, he was right. But that's how things were, and I don't regret anything because I have a saying: if you have never fought in your life, you really don't know yourself. Really, until you fight seriously and savagely in your life, you realize what you are capable of doing. The teacher told me that it caused him a lot of fear how I had planned things. That is, he made me understand that I had a mind that I had to be careful with, because the cold way I lied and told him to go out because another engineer was calling him, planning how things were going to turn out. That's what I had to be careful about, because it could get me into trouble later on. That is, he made me understand that I was a psychopath, and that the way I calculated things was what amazed him and made him distrust me, because I was a very calm person before entering the army. But after the army, and obviously no one knew that I had been in a rehabilitation clinic or annexed, except for my friends whom I had told. Except for my friends whom I had told. But the truth is, I feel that everything I had gone through, and at that moment, everything I had experienced, gave me the strength to defend myself. But from there, they told me that if I didn't control that way of being, I was going to get into trouble later on. And yes, the truth is, they are right, but I had to defend myself, and I don't regret what I. And if I were born again, I would do it again. It made me laugh because the word spread, and the teachers and female teachers looked at me with fear. They said that the blows of the fight were Nadistrain and Sudia, heard on the floors below. Haha, it was sublime. I don't regret any decision in my life, because that's what shaped the person who tells you about his life, his experiences, and each and every one of us is valuable and unique because of our personal experiences. Never regret anything you have done in your life, because regretting is for cowards. Regretting is not accepting our actions. Another very shady right. So different thing is accepting that we made mistakes. But always remember that what defines us is our actions, our decisions. So even if they may seem positive or negative, from our point of view or from the point of view of the people who see us from the outside, what matters is that we lived it, and that is our treasure. Our background of suffering is the gold of the soul that keeps us standing. I'm trying. Didn't tell you that when I returned from the army, I complained a lot to God. I told him why he didn't give me a chance to live my life as I wanted, and to give me a sign of why I couldn't enter the army dog hall. I did that at night, and the next morning I turned on the TV and saw a report about soldiers mutilated in battle, soldiers who had lost a leg, an arm, or a limb while in combat. More precisely, in the Iran and Iraq war that lasted more than 20 years. At that moment, I understood why the army was not my place, because perhaps God was taking care of me so that nothing bad would happen to. It was a moment of illumination. Well, after this fight at school, let's say that everything was love and peace, and everyone respected me and stood at attention when I passed. Even this guy, whom I beat up, stopped coming for a day or two because the guy's head or face swelled from the punches I gave him, because it turned all red. And honestly, nothing happened to me. Nothing swelled or anything. I went the next day as if nothing had happened, and that's where I realized that the guy had no strength in his hands, shoulders, or fists. That is, I really humiliated him. That same day of the fight, I went to see the godmother of the annex and told her what had happened, and she didn't care. That's also where I realized that that woman didn't give a damn about anything. She didn't care about anything. Even once, I was detained in the metro cars because I stayed in a metro car when everyone had already gotten off, and the car entered the federal area where the metro's defects are fixed. And Shroud, sorry, I remember that day I was carrying a water pipe, one of those like shishas, those water pipes they smoke in India, but I used it with marijuana. So that day, the guards from there, the police, detained me and checked my backpack, but I opened the backpack and hid the pipe with a notebook, and the guys didn't notice that I was carrying that water pipe. So, to get out of it, I had to bribe them with a 50-unit bill out. And she owned, I don't know, on that occasion, the godmother I was with also started complaining to me about why I didn't answer the phone, that surely I was with another woman, and pure nonsense. So that made me realize that that woman really wasn't worth continuing with, and I told her to fuck off. After all this happened, the truth is, what I wanted was to get a job and earn my money, because it bothered me that my mother didn't let me fuck the godmother of the annex at home. So I already wanted to live apart and to fuck the women I wanted, in the department or in the house where I lived. I no longer wanted to continue at school, because I was already between 23 or 24 years old, and felt that I was already losing a lot of time in my life. I wanted to earn my own money. All this that I tell you, I didn't fully rationalize it. I only felt it. And as the psychoanalyst Carl Gustav Jung says, what is repressed is repeated, and when it is repeated, you will call it destiny. And it's true. But I only knew that later, when I started working on my shadow and beginning the process of individuation. So on one occasion, I started smoking marijuana in the university bathroom, and everyone noticed, because I rolled a joint and started smoking there. And obviously they discovered me. The director called me, and they kicked me out of school. They expelled me from the university. I continued, pretending that I was going to the university for about a week more, but obviously I didn't enter. I remember that one day I talked to my sister on the phone and told her what had happened. My sister no longer lived with us and scolded me for what I had done, and told me that I had to tell the truth to my mother to see if, by talking, my mother with the university director would change her mind. When I told my mother and father the truth, obviously, my mother went crazy. My father took it calmly, as he always took that kind of thing. And my father has always been a person like that, as if he doesn't feel anything. I don't think he pretends not to care, more than the life he had made him be sterile and indifferent. My father didn't have his father. That is, he was a child ignored, even by his mother, because his mother got together with another man. And it's not the same to have your blood father as it is to have a stepfather. My mother went to the university and tried to make the director change his decision. But the director told her that I had already fought at school and had already smoked marijuana. So I could no longer be at that university, because perhaps I could do something more serious, and if he gave me a chance to stay, I would be a bad example for the others. There, I also realized the hypocrisy of society, because there were students who had brought alcohol and drunk alcohol at the university, and they had not been expelled from the university. Anyway, that's how society is, but obviously I was already at another level of rebellion. You know that the addictions that destroy the most, like cigarettes or alcohol, are legal in most countries of the world. So, my mother told me to get a job and to stop using drugs. At that moment I felt sad, but at the same time relieved, because I no longer wanted to continue at school, because I already wanted to earn money. At that moment I tried to enter the federal police of the country, which at that time had a lot of reputation, and you could earn a salary similar to a professional with a degree. I stopped using drugs, continued exercising, went running for 2 hours daily, and my body was clean of drugs. But unfortunately, I didn't pass the psychological exam. I don't know if I passed or didn't pass the polygraph exam, where you are in an interrogation connected to a machine. But when I arrived at the psychological exam with the psychologist, who was apparently homosexual, the psychologist discarded me because I didn't give him the answer he wanted. He asked me why I had had several dating relationships in my life, and why those relationships had lasted so little. I made him understand that that's how it had been, and that I hadn't gotten along with those girls. And that's why I had broken up with them. But the truth is, I was already annoyed that he was asking me many questions, as if trying to make me angry. And perhaps that's why he put that I didn't pass the psychological exam once. He put that I failed that test, and there I couldn't continue with the process to enter the federal police. So, there were many failures in my life, and honestly I felt that the psychologist was homosexual, and since I hadn't given him what he wanted, he resented me and told me to fuck off. I also tried to enter the auxiliary police where, by the way, there are a lot of homosexuals who bother you from the moment you enter. I remember that there they locked us up just like in the army, and they asked us to bend over to check if we had been penetrated through the anus. They can tell if your anus is deviated, to know if you are homosexual, and to know if you have been penetrated or raped before entering. In that auxiliary police, there was also an opportunity to study a university degree, but the truth is that I didn't continue with the process either. And I remember why I couldn't enter. At that time, I still had contact with the godfather who had taken me to the Marseille Lost Annex, and he had been a traffic police officer, a judicial police officer, and even a federal police officer. And I asked him why nothing was given to me in life, and he told me that perhaps it wasn't my place, neither the army, nor the federal police, nor the auxiliary police, that maybe God had something better for me. The godfather confessed to me that with just one call to his contacts, he could have gotten me into the army, the federal police, or the auxiliary police without taking any exam or giving money, but that he hadn't wanted to do it because he didn't want to interfere with God's plans. At that moment, I resented him a lot, because he also didn't want me to go to the other militarized police on the border, because he said I could die. And although I told him that I wanted to die from gunshots, he told me that I was too young to wish for my death, and that even death has to be earned, that you die until you fulfill your life mission. And from there, I started looking for a job again. I remember that I found a job flattening boxes in a shopping mall, and the truth is, they didn't want to accept me because they couldn't believe that someone who had half of a university engineering degree was going to enter to flatten boxes. The point is that they told me to come the next day to start my work day. But that day I went to a family party with my sister and my sister. Aunt, the same aunt who had given me oral sex in my father's house, had given me some great blowjobs, and we had already been in a hotel. So the topic of how I was doing in my life came up. My aunt and my sister laughed when I told them that I had gotten a job flattening boxes. Ha! Ha! My sister told me, "No way, dude. How are you going to flatten boxes if you have half or more than half of an engineering degree? No way. Look for a job related to what you studied." And I told her that I had no experience whatsoever, and that's why they weren't going to give me any job related to that. And I remember that my sister told me to try to look on the internet to look for vacancies. Previously, my sister had scolded me once because she is 1 year older than me. She is an architect, and she had told me to get a job, not to be a lazy ass at home. The truth is, it did hurt my ego, but I understood that she was right and that I had to look for something related to the engineering I'd had studied. And that's how I started looking for jobs related to engineering. Unfortunately, thanks to God, at the age of 23, I got a job where they didn't ask me for a completed degree. And from that job, I started gaining more experience. I must admit that this first and second job were not easy. There are also many toxic people and a lot of envy everywhere. Wherever you go, there are troubles. But even though I continued using drugs, I continued smoking marijuana. Thanks to God, all the anti-doping tests they gave me came out negative, because sometimes I took certain substances that made it come out negative, or I stopped using drugs during the seasons when the anti-doping test was due and it came out negative. One thing I forgot to tell you, now that I remember, is that before I entered this last annex, when I told you that I was with a very toxic woman, it was that I falsified some grades in high school so that they would give me a government scholarship. I remember that. This girl accompanied me to the bank, and I went to deliver the application, and they gave me the money. At least the first part of the money, because there were 2 payments. For the second part, well, yes, in that, I don't want until you asked out, the stereo. The payment, I didn't go because that's when I entered the second annex. I remember that my godfather, the one who took me to this last annex, told me that I could have ended up in jail for fraud, and that perhaps they were only waiting for me to go for the second payment to put me in jail for fraud. I was already of legal age, so it could have been serious at that time. And my godfather told me, and it's down, I got changed. Realize how this woman didn't love you. She only manipulated you, blamed you when you didn't do anything, and she got angry. And you had to apologize because she got angry. That is, look at such nonsense. If she loved you, she would have warned you not to do it, not to falsify those papers. So she only wants someone she can manipulate. She's a bitch. And he always told me never to exchange my sobriety for a woman's pussy or her ass. He meant not to let myself be conditioned to the point that if I used drugs, there wouldn't be any ass or pussy. The woman who loves you loves you just as you are, and gives you her buttocks when you ask for them, at the moment you ask for them. But she also won't help you do stupid things that can put you at risk or end up in jail. So, returning to the story, I started working in a bank in the systems area as an engineer. The bank is one of the best in the country and is also internationally recognized. Obviously, I can't say the name of the bank, but I remember that at that time I was already going to the job interview and was running late. The truth is, I no longer thought about going, but a voice inside me told me to go to the interview. And thank God, I did get the job and worked there for about 2 years. There are also toxic people and liars. Really, a job is like on the street. You also learn many things about treacherous people, people who help you, and many things I experienced. I also didn't care much there, and sometimes I would enter the bank with 4 or 5 ounces of marijuana, well packaged. Thank God, they never discovered me. Once I was in trouble because I took marijuana oil, LSD, diethylamide of lysergic acid. There was a guy there I didn't get along with very well, and he, just too, supposedly helped me, told me to go to the doctor. The doctor almost realized that I was high because I felt uncomfortable with the doctor touching me, because at that moment I suffered from nervous gastritis, so that combined with me drinking coffee and being on an empty stomach, plus taking the LSD, made me have a bad trip where I felt like my intestine had burst. I also suffered from constipation and started vomiting on the street in front of the bank. And they said not to do actually outside and see what you all the dad last soon to say. Thank God no one saw me, and I only talked to this guy who was also an engineer to take out my things, and he took them out. But he used that as an excuse for us to leave, and he was a person who only used others. He was also very traumatized by his family relationships and a very envious person. When he saw that I moved to live alone, because at that time, when I already had a somewhat good salary, I went to live alone. In the house where I rented, there were several departments where several people lived, and my boss from work at that time helped me find it. The truth is, to get that job, I had to lie, because let's say, before that job at the bank, I had been working as an intern for a time, like 1 or 2 months, and then I had another job, but they treated me badly. The boss there humiliated me a lot. I was in good shape there, and my silhouette looked very good in fitted clothing. Oh, I felt like Negan is something rash in his hair, and then said that I turned an alcohol. Several men were envious of me, and women looked at me and flirted with me, regardless of whether they had a boyfriend. In that intern job, there were many shitty people. It was a job carried out in one of the largest life insurance and car insurance companies. So I quit that job, and since I was hired through an outsourcing company as an intern, obviously, there was no severance pay, no settlement, no letter of recommendation, nothing, because they paid us in a yellow envelope. The good thing is that when I was an intern, I met a lady who has been a blessing to me, because she told me to lie on my resume and say that I already had at least 1 or 2 years of experience, so that I could have a good salary. And that's what I did, and that's how I started working in the bank as an engineer in the systems area. Besides, the bank manager gave me a chance to enter, even though she saw that I had no knowledge. Later, I found out it was also because she liked me, and in the end, after the work in the bank ended, I also ended up sleeping with her. I liked how she squeezed my dick with a vagina and gave me the famous Turkish hug, which seems like they have a hand in their vagina and squeeze your penis very nicely. But she was also a very toxic woman, very damaged. Her father was an alcoholic. So on one occasion we got angry, and I told her the truth, because she also no longer wanted to loosen her ass and wanted me to lend her things and condition me for pussy. I told her to fuck off. Even because of her, the police were going to take us once, because they accused her little dog of biting someone in a park, but it was to extort us. Thank God I talked to the police, and they let us go. But if it had been up to her, they would have taken us, because she started shouting at the police. She had no control over her emotions. That time we also saved ourselves, or at least I saved myself, because I was carrying honey with marijuana, and the police didn't notice. So I realized that being with certain people can also get you into trouble. And if you're carrying marijuana or any other type of drug in any form, you can get into many more problems and end up in jail. I started to realize that when you carry at least a bit of marijuana, a pipe, or any gram of drug, there will always be a patrol that stops you or does a routine inspection. For me, that is God warning you to tone down your chaos, right? And the truth is that God also helps you. But there comes a time when luck also runs out, and the best thing is not to provoke the lion now. The truth is, I can't complain that God has blessed me with very good jobs. I had been living away from my family for about 11 years. I had another relationship with a woman older than me, but from the beginning I realized that her current friend was her ex-boyfriend. But the truth is, I let it slide and had a relationship with her for approximately 5 years, or a little more than 5 years. And the truth is, it ended badly, because I started to notice that she lied, that she went out with her friends who had husbands and also lovers, went to parties to drink. She was an alcoholic, very similar to my mother. It's very real that if you haven't worked on your shadow, you will look for your mother in a woman. because the woman you are with or sleep with is your mirror. One day I was going to fight with another guy because she was hitting him with the shopping cart. The guy told her to stop hitting him with the cart, and I intervened and told the guy to do whatever he wanted with her, to take it out on me. The guy got scared and left, even though the guy was taller than me. He didn't dare to fight. On one side I didn't say, I started and stand there. Could up on it or dead or road to near. Leaving the shopping mall, this woman told me she didn't need me to defend her. There I realized that she was just an ungrateful bitch, like my mother. Besides, she wanted me to cut my hair the way she liked it. Obviously, I never did it. It bothered her that I cut my beard because she said I looked too young for her, and that we looked bad as a couple because she looked very old for me. She was also very slutty, wore low-cut tops, and sat close to other men on the street so they would look at her tits. However, she got angry when I flirted with other women. I played the cool guy with that bitch, because at the same time I was with her, I slept with my boss from the bank and also slept again with the nurse I had told you about, whom I had known since high school. It was funny because I did it after finding out that she was being a bitch going to parties with her friends, the sluts who had husbands and lovers. I slept with my woman boss. I fucked her at my father's house and with the nurse in my apartment. Then my ex-girlfriend arrived and, when she started cleaning, found the nurse's 2 earrings and started crying. At first I felt remorse, but I remembered that she was a very slutty piece of shit and deserved it. So that day she finished doing the chores and started spraying her perfume on the bed to prevent any other woman I brought from wanting to sleep with me, because I already had a partner. But the truth is, women don't care if you have a partner. In fact, it excites them more, and they behave more like sexually deviant bitches. They are all just as slutty as us men. And the final straw with this last bitch, who was my girlfriend, was one day when I was fucking her doggy style, and she started complaining that I was going to stain her lycra or thong with semen. So I told her to pull up her pants, that I no longer wanted to fuck. She tried to fix the situation, but that day she left, and from then on I told her to fuck off. She begged me for about 3 months. It's been 5 years since I ended the relationship with her, and yet she still spies on me on Facebook from fake accounts. It's sick. I don't recommend that kind of relationship because she even asked me to hit her. It's as if she enjoyed being hit and then penetrated. She had had relationships where they hit her, and she thought that's how relationships should be. I remember that before cutting her off one day, I cried and told her to leave me alone, that she was bad, toxic, and I didn't want her near me, that I didn't know what she wanted from me. I told her I was going to tell her parents and mine how she treated me. One good thing she had was that she went to pick up the marijuana I bought and took it to my house, but that didn't mean I had to put up with her bad treatment. She was a very disturbed woman. Even once she gave me a fever and I started having hallucinations where she told me she would never leave me. That scared me a lot because I felt she was like a woman, a witch possessed by a demon who wanted to destroy me. To this day, I still think that because one of the many times we broke up, she told me it wasn't going to be so easy to get rid of her. I met her through an online university. They made a WhatsApp group, and from there we arranged to meet. The truth is, when I hugged her, I felt that comfort I had never had from my mother. I even told her she was a slut, and despite that, she stayed with me, but it was because she wanted to destroy me. Anyway, she disrespected me, interrupted me when I spoke. I realized that she was already with someone else because her cell phone had a making end. password, and even though I paid for her Uber, the platform service similar to ordering a taxi for her to go to my apartment, despite that, she no longer wanted to go or told me she wasn't going to see me the next weekend. At that moment, I realized that she was already going out with someone else, and that it was better for me to end the relationship before she did. Over the years, I have realized that women don't let go of a dick without having another, but that doesn't save them from being damaged in their souls by so much semen spilled in their vagina, in their anus, and in their dirty, lying mouths. Like most women today, in the year 2025 worldwide, feminism has driven all women crazy, broken the family base, and with that, you break the entire social order. Obviously, even though she asked me to hit her, then fuck her while she was beaten, I never hit her. Likewise, on one occasion when we went to my house after a party, her friend or her ex-boyfriend wanted to take advantage of my sister sexually, but I didn't allow it. I had already seen my sister drunk at another party, and she went to sleep with a stranger in a car at a party where my aunt, who gave me oral sex, also went. But this time, since she was unconscious, I decided to protect her and didn't allow this idiot to take advantage of my sister while she was drunk. It hurt me to see my sister lost in alcohol, but one cannot make someone else change. After that, my sister was the one who recommended I end the relationship with my ex-girlfriend, and I think she was right since, being a woman, they realize all the lies of their brothers' girlfriends. That doesn't mean that men don't realize it. Rather, we let many things slide, perhaps because we have low self-esteem at that moment and a desire to fuck at all costs. But the truth is, what I have noticed is that feminism has fucked up women, and the majority today are simple semen dumpsters for several men. The vast majority are maybe. With these words, I'm saying many women in the audience will unsubscribe from this channel, but that's my experience and that of most men. I remember that once I went with my last ex-girlfriend to see a friend with whom I lived a month before, entering the second annex. We went to a party, and she asked me for permission to dance with another guy. I allowed it, and saw that she did it to provoke me. That day, I got angry, and at the same time wanted to get even by fucking her. It excited me, and I ended up fucking her very hard in a hotel. By the time she realized it, she was already very horny. Women are animalistic beings who like beasts and rough guys. That day at the party, I realized that one of my university friends was already smoking crack because I accompanied him to buy some rocks, and he told me that the dealer, the drug seller, had his stuff on him. It sounded quite such. I didn't even ask why, because I had heard in my 2 annexes that crack addicts will sell even their wives to keep smoking crack. Crack addiction is a nightmare, because I realized that he was selling his clothes, his sneakers, his television, his cell phone, and anything he had on hand to get high. I scolded him and told him that if he wanted, he could hit me because he was a boxer. I told him it hurt me to see him lost in crack, smoking rock, but he told me not to take him out of his vibe, that he had everything under control. However, neither of his 2 girlfriends cared about that. It was painful because sometime later, a few months later, we went back to visit him, and he no longer wanted to open the door of the condominium where he lived for us. We got in as best we could and saw how the guy was already very thin. He looked like a living skeleton. I remember that I hugged him and felt the vertebrae of his back. Take sorry and sound from the dark night shade. The shellbad shirt that tree. Do you touch the outside? Bought him say count all. I started crying and told him that I wanted to see him well, that I didn't like seeing him destroyed. But he minimized things and told me that he was fine. I went down the stairs crying, but I realized that even though I wanted to help him, It was easier for him to pull me into consuming crack with him. That's why I decided to distance myself from him. No, even though he looked for me later on Facebook, I didn't want to have a friendship with him until he recovered from his crack addiction. If he is watching this video, he knows who he is. We used to call him Chunga. Chunga, if you're watching this, I want you to know that I have always esteemed you as a friend, and that even though we sometimes argued or fought, it doesn't matter. I want to see you well, and I hope that one day you recover from your addictions. I love you, brother. I send you a hug, a greeting. Cheer up. May God bless you. In those times, I also remember that I was about to stay on the trip, because I became obsessed with the idea of getting out of this matrix, this dimension, and escaping from this slave world. I wanted to be immortal, for my physical body not to die. One day I took 3 LSD acids at the same time, and diethylamide of lysergic acid is dangerous when you have many emotional problems. I remember that on that occasion I started to see how reality was torn, like in the Matrix movie. In the middle of nowhere, I saw how a black hole opened. That day I was with my ex-girlfriend, with whom I lasted 5 years, and I asked her if she also saw what I was seeing, and she told me no, that I saw it because I was high. At that moment I thought about getting into that black hole, but something inside me told me that if I got in there, my mind was going to go too, another dimension, and that I was going to stay on the trip, meaning that I was going to end up like those schizophrenic indigents wandering the street until collapsing dead from exhaustion or hunger, or that I could also end up interned in a psychiatric hospital, like a demented person who is no longer in contact with this reality. My ex-girlfriend also told me not to get into that black hole. They say the black hole. Thank God I didn't get into that black hole. I think that despite my rebellion and belligerence, God has always protected me, protects me, and will always protect me as long as I behave well and follow His will. His will with me today is that I stop consuming drugs and alcohol and share my life story with you so that you can learn from my pain without having to go through the same experiences. Currently, I live in a very different place from where I was born. I came to this place because I met a supposed shaman on the internet who recommended moving to a quiet place if you wanted to change your life. So I decided to go eat peyote in a very famous place that everyone already knows where it is. I don't need to name it. In that place there's a ghost town. My sister and I went, saw a man who was walking very fast. I felt he was a ghost because when we finished climbing the hill and arrived at the abandoned ghost town, we didn't find the man anywhere. I had recorded the whole trip, but YouTube deleted the channel where I had it. That day I realized again that ghosts do exist, because there was no place where the man could have hidden. The next day we went to the desert with the desert chief. One served out. We asked him for permission to camp on his lands. He gave us permission and taught us how to cut the peyote. The peyote should only be cut partially. Before cutting it, you have to ask for permission and tell it to please reveal what it has to reveal to you. After cutting it, you have to cover it again with soil so that the little mezcal can heal again. That's what they call it affectionately, little mezcal. I recommend you read the books by Carlos Castaneda. Start by reading the teachings of Don Juan. That will reveal many things to you. Never disrespect little mezcal. Never cut it without asking for permission. Never enter a land without the permission of the land's guardian. Never uproot the peyote, and above all, never traffic or take Little Nesco out of its lands, because besides being a great offence to it and to God, it is a federal crime. It is said that Little Mescal is a plant that has a Christ-like consciousness. I'll leave that as homework for you. That night, I ate 14 peyotes on an empty stomach, and the peyote revealed to me that before moving to another place in the world, I first had to close any cycle or discomfort I had with my family, with my father, with my mother, and with my sister. And that's what I did. I moved to another place in the world. I see what you do at Christ, in Trossage, and I can't tell you that everything has been honey on flakes here. I met very bad people. One of those people stole money from a business we were going to start together. He mocked me, thinking that his actions had no repercussions because he didn't believe in God. And although I didn't take revenge on him or file any complaint before the justice of men today, after 4 years, I saw how this person lost all his businesses. At that moment, I realized that I didn't have to do justice with my own hands, because God sees everything, and when divine justice arrives, it always rewards you for everything that was taken from you, and even returns more money than what was stolen from you. That's why they say that whatever you do comes back to you 7 times 7 the demons. That is, 49 times, and more it multiplies. Careful with the number 7, because it is a biblical number. And although the demons work for Lucifer or Satan, the ancient serpent works for God. Because when God commands, even the devil obeys. In these last 5 years, I've been returning to my father's house, and I see that the relationship with my father continues to be one of narcissistic abuse. My father has always been an abuser and was subjected to my mother's vagina. In fact, I'm about to close the last stage with my father, and that is going to end the cycle of generational abuse. Today I know and am aware that my life mission is to break with those chains of generational abuse. That's why I was always the black sheep of the family, because only a black sheep who knew hell in life can free an entire generation of ancestors who suffered abuse for decades, centuries, millennia, and perhaps since the origins of their DNA, which dates back to the beginnings of humanity. Today I am experiencing freedom in a place where no one knows who I am. No one knows what I have lived. No one knows what I have suffered. When I walk down the street, I see that people fear my presence. I have seen that the door change naturally signal around in that in old south. Psychoanalyst Carl Gustav Jung mentions that when a person has worked on their shadow and integrated it into their being, it generates a very large and very powerful psychic field, one that all other people can detect and feel as strangeness or fear, because it's not common to see a person with their shadow integrated. A famous person who has his shadow integrated is Keanu Reeves, the actor known for the movie Constantine, the Matrix saga, and lately for the John Wick saga. An integrated person is what today is called a Sigma. A Sigma is a lone wolf who doesn't need the approval that an Alpha needs. If everyone in the world was Sigma, the world we live in would be better. If the entire world government didn't exist and we lived in true anarchism, the world would be different. I invite you to research what true anarchism is, which is the natural and pure state of man and woman, not contaminated by ideologies or religions, but rather a pure spirituality, with no intermediaries between you and God. I think that's what happens to me with society. They are afraid to see that I walk with so much confidence, but today I don't care, and I don't seek validation from anyone except my own, and obviously from God. God knows that everything I have said here with you is true. As I mentioned, I'm about to close several cycles in my life, and I believe one of them is this, narrating my whole life and everything I have suffered so that you, kind audience, respectable audience, can save yourselves many years of suffering. Thank you very much for listening to me, and if I have any updates about my case, I will let you know. But I decided to do this interview completely anonymously because there is nothing better than to erase your personal history and start over